Okay.
Kind of freaky.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. You would notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, really? You think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at him and was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man and go like, oh, it's okay, she wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah,
Fine,
that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because there are splinters and bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, like, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at her. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man? A girl like, oh, it's okay. She wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth. And just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate. Like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because there are splinters and bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
creepy.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, like, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at her. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man? A girl like, oh, it's okay. She wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth. And just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate. Like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because there are splinters and bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my Okay.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. You would notice that Bubbles does where the sides of Bubbles' mouth to the side curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking really, I'm good at this.
I'm just kind of like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man? And go like, okay, she wasn't much of a loss. Yeah, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles trying to get like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah,
Fine,
that's true.
okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because Nagasinta's and bits on the floor.
Maybe-
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my Okay.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Awesome. Perfect. Hello, anyone watching out there. Welcome to Into the Multiverse. This is a D&D game, and we're playing with the Yeeters this evening. So I guess I get you guys to do your introductions first, and then I'll do a recap on everything that's happened so far. So starting with Ebic. Do you want to give
Hello, I'm Moss. I play Ebic, the dwarf fighter. Currently, has no Zavion anymore.
Sure.
Zavion does not have his back anymore. So he's getting a plushy sheep backpack to replace Zavion.
Oh, true. Oh my God. Beautiful. Thank you, boss. All right. And then we have Diego, played by Marcus.
Hello, my name is Marcus. I play Diego, the suicidal bird monk who is maybe gonna meet his dead
So
dad.
if he zooms into your screen, zoom into obviously screen sharing.
Beautiful.
That's it.
Perfect. And then we got Cedric. So do you want to give yourself an introduction?
Hi, I'm Cedric Call. I play Cedric, Dragonborn wizard, who sadly lost a friend and is ready to mourn it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll do a recap on that later. Poor guy. Is Craig there, or is he still doing math?
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm playing. I'll be playing Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I will more than likely be doing math all session.
I was
So
going
I'm
to say with
quiet
screen.
for this one.
All right. Perfect. Beautiful. And you're currently getting like a million feet made of gold wiring done at the moment.
Yeah,
Loves giving inspiration points.
something like that.
Perfect. All right. And Patema can't be with us this week, but she will occasionally play Skull, another barbarian. And let me just hold up. So my name is Gabriel Galway. I'm the DM. I play all the other kind of characters and NPCs. Currently, I'm playing Zavion in the party, who was a sheep for a very long time, and he is now back to his magical wizard self. He's an Eldrin man with long teal hair, and then we've also got Burr, who is a very old, crazy, wild and wood man who likes to cut things with an axe. So he's a woodcutter. I just realized that now that he's a woodcutter. He's basically a lumberjack. Okay, perfect. So I will. Yeah, exactly. He just eats other lumberjacks. Okay, so doing a recap then on. Turn that down for a second. Okay, so just doing a quick recap on everything that's happened so far. You guys managed to make your way out of Lithis Tower, descend from the top down through. How do I explain it? You went through the bathrooms, fought a bunch of Kuotoi. You went through then the library. You took on a Medusa, which you took the head off of, and also got rid of all of her.
So you know everything's running fine about 3.
What's it call it? All of her. Goddamn.
Succubi.
Thank you, Succubi and Incubus maids and butlers. And then finally, beaten and bloodied and everything else, you managed to sneak down past the rest of the other layers, down into her basement, hoping to escape through a secret door. But you managed to encounter her in the basement, where she was surprised by you, but managed to spot all of you, even though you're all invisible, and you had a huge massive battle. In the process of that battle, you lost Brian, the Tortle, who had helped you through the dreamlike world you had previously been trapped in. He passed away, and you decided you wanted to bury him back in Tavenlock, where he's originally from. So going back to Zavion's, resting there, getting very drunk, and all coming back now with hangovers. You went through a portal with Zavion that took you to Tavenlock, where you met Grill, a blacksmith and tinkerer in Tavenlock, and he's managed to. He's kind of fixing up a few items for you guys while you guys have been exploring the town itself. and then in the evening, when you're all ready, you'll all set out to conduct Brian's funeral, where you'll be burying him where his tower is supposed to be, just outside of town. So, bit of a big recap, but here you are in Tavenlock. Last you were here, you went to Ramshack's, which is a beautiful collection of 4 shops back to back. There's Ramshack's Bits and Bobs, Ramshack's what's it? I have them all written down. Sorry. There's Ramshack's Bits and Bobs, there's Ramshack's Lotions and Potions, Ramshack's Enchanted Wares, and then Ramshack's Sword and Leather, I believe. You actually get some weird things there. He doesn't really work in currency. But yeah, the rest of the day is up to you guys where you want to go. Currently, a few bits are being made up in the blacksmiths. The rest of the town is yours. So, what would you like to do?
I want to see what this strange guy's about.
So you're the only one who hasn't actually been there.
Yeah, I haven't met him yet.
So you're are you heading in that direction? You're heading down to...
Yeah.
Alright.
Cedric, if he sees him heading that direction, will once again attempt to stop him.
Okay. So immediately as you are heading off in that direction, a very drunk Cedric now brings out his arm to stop you.
No, don't go back.
That'll be fine. What's the worst he can do? Steal my soul?
Evic has no
Been
fear.
there, done that.
Beautiful. So are you continuing on? Are you trying to stop him anymore, Cedric? Or is...
Yeah, I'll actually try and grapple him to stop him.
Okay, cool. So give me a contested athletics check between the two of you. Or you can make an acrobatics if you want, Evic, but I assume...
I'm just gonna... Athletics check or acrobatics?
Contested athletics check. If you want to use acrobatics instead, you can.
No, I'll use my...
Okay.
Nisha, is the measurements for the desk for the room in that book, is it?
A 12.
12? What does Cedric get?
15.
15? Okay, so heavy. Yeah, kind of he catches you by surprise. You're not really expecting this old man to really be able to stop you, and then all of a sudden he has you in this perfect lock, where he's got you just completely pinned. You can't move.
But I want the strange man.
Good. Cedric's like grappled onto your clothes and not letting you go, but if you like continue to pull, he's drunk, he won't have you.
Without missing a beat, Joe's just going to like be working something out in his head and just immediately reach into his bag and hand a rope to Cedric.
He's calculating a bunch of stuff just without even looking up. You're just handing it to him. Okay, beautiful.
I will take the rope and I'm gonna do a disadvantaged intelligence check to see if I understand what you want me to do. I'm gonna take the rope, look at it, and as I'm looking at it, start swaying and just let go of it. Just look at it.
And I'll just dash to
It's
the magic man.
Perfect. So immediately
I'm
as
coming, magic man.
you're gone, you just pull it down. Is Diego doing anything in this moment, or no?
I'll grab Cedric and start consoling him and give him some water
Okay.
and rations and stuff and just sit down and accept it.
Oh
It's
my
okay.
gosh.
It's okay. We'll
So-
fix you. He's fine. He'll be okay. He's
Previous.
killed the dragon. He's killed anything.
Alright, so as you're there consoling, eventually, Evic, after running for several feet, you do come to the 4 wooden houses back to back, which have this very weathered, these 4 weathered shacks with paint that is kind of just distressed and flaking away. One's green, one is yellow, one's blue, one is red.
Which one would be the closest to a weapon shop?
Well, the red one is called the Sword and Leather.
Okay, I'll go into that one.
Alright, so as you... Where's Diego? I've moved him. I don't know where he is now. Alright, so as you do approach this door, you now start to hear the very faint sound of a hammer on an anvil. It's quite a familiar sound to you, and there's something about that sound that just resonates in your soul, that resonates with something to do at home. It's like in every dwarf, that familiar sound. And as you open the door, it comes into this very dark room. There's no light in this room. There's no sign of any sort of forge. Instead, there are 4 anvils in this square room. And at the very end of this room, there's a square counter that circles a door that's on the back room. On the back wall, there's a door. And in the center of this counter is another anvil, a 5th anvil. And with a very tiny little hammer, this very spindly, thin-limbed man in a... He's all white, his skin is all white. He's got this huge bulbous head, which is like rubber stretched around this bulbous sack of flour. He has no eyes, instead you just see these 2 holes going into the rubber-like skin. Instead of a mouth, there's just it's like someone's shoved a fist into the rubber, and then fixed broken glass and random assortments of teeth and screws and just sharp objects stuck into the gums of this creature. He wears a tiny black top hat, and over his white rubbery body he has a disheveled blacksmith's apron, and he is just tink, tink, tink on the anvil.
I was walking. Hello, good sir. What are your wares?
Hello, welcome to Sword and Leather. We have the finest wares in all the lands. We have the wonderful anvil to my left, and the other wonderful anvil to my right, and many, many weapons. What are you looking for?
I would like to get a new switch axe.
A new switch axe? What's so wrong with that one, my friend?
It doesn't have Yeeter on it. I want it to have Yeeter on it.
I see. We can do something about that. And what have you got in exchange for this yeeting symbol?
What? Would you like an electorum? It is an alloy of gold and silver, so it's the best of both worlds.
give me a persuasion check.
I looked up electorum like last night, wondering what it was. Persuasion.
What did you...
A natural 1.
Oh my god, okay, he's like, yes, I have heard that lectorums are in short supply, but, and then you watch as one of his fingers starts to stretch in a very straight line towards you, and eventually just that fingertip just strokes off the electorum, and then just below it another thumb appears, and he just pinches the electorum and brings it back into his hand, and you watch as the electorum just sinks into the skin on the palm of his hand and disappear. Yes, that has thanked my appetite. Anything else?
How much more for one of the anvils?
You don't want the
Small
eating?
I'll have the yeeting and the small anvil.
Okay, so altogether that'll come to the price of how about your eyebrow and nostril hair? And his eye starts to twitch. Very good. And one of his hands starts to reach out and now just shoves itself, like narrowly shoves itself into your nose and just starts ripping out all the hairs from your nose rapidly, and then comes along to your eyebrow and just rips the entire eyebrow and a bit of skin off your head, and then all the material just sinks into the palm of the hand, and he's just very good. Take this small anvil, and in your hand he drops a very tiny anvil, and then slaps the side of your switch axe, and all of a sudden there's this red hot symbol that just says Yeeter on the side of your axe. Will that be all, my friend?
Yes, that'll do nicely. Thank you very much.
Oh, very good. It is a pleasure doing business with such a respectable young man.
Thank you very much. And I'll just bow and then leave.
I think Epic took that very well. If I'm perfectly honest.
You wanted my leg or my arm.
Yeah. I'll just walk back up to the guys going like, that guy's a fucking legend. I got this tiny anvil.
That Cedric is going to take out his potion and take a swig.
I think you're missing an eyebrow.
Yeah, it only cost me like the Yeeter symbol and this tiny anvil only cost me like an eyebrow and some nose hair. That was a really good deal.
You watch as he's saying this, like both of his nostrils are now just pouring blood, and this trickle of blood is now coming down the side of his head where all the hair is being ripped off his eyebrow.
I'll just like silently like look at him and hand him like a handkerchief and just like, yeah, good deal.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Alright. So with that, what's it called? Grill eventually starts. He comes to an end now with this gold wire. Kind of clips it to finish it all off, and he begins wrapping it all up into a nice coil and hands it over to you, Joe. He's like, right. Hope this serves you well, lad.
Okay.
Job's well done, if I do say so myself.
Well, I'll just ask him, is it okay if I just do a small bit of the schematics left now by myself in your workshop?
Yeah, fair enough, no problem. I'll let you in now. Yeah, I've got, and he leads you inside, and he kind of turns on a few lights in this one room, and you see it's quite a humble little workspace. It's nothing massive, but there are on this one shelf there's just a plethora of different tools. There's a small kind of device. I'm not sure what it is. It's just this kind of crystal-like case that has all these runes carved on it, and has this these two doors at the top of it, which are currently open. There's a bunch of different spy glasses and other kind of tools for looking and magnifying objects, and then a whole set of very, very tiny little tools all around the desk too.
Okay.
Right.
I'm going to ask you a question now, just to make my life a little easier here.
Right. You asking me or asking the DM?
DM.
Right, okay.
Can I use my knowledge of making a bag of holding to basically store the wire itself in like a void on my belt, just so it extends as far as it can go without having to work out?
Okay, so you want to just store it in a very small bag of holding, basically. That just allows you to pull out as much as you need.
Like, yeah, basically.
Okay. Bear with me 2 seconds. Let's need a look at how much that costs.
Do I have the hammer to go with the anvil, or do I just have the anvil?
It's just a tiny anvil. It's just-
God damn, I have to go back to the hammer.
Sorry, no. Just gonna check.
For crafting tiny weapons.
Yeah, exactly. So whatever you make of it. Bag of holding. Okay. So we can say like that will probably cost, just in terms of materials and buying things off a grill. We can say, just to sum it up, it'll cost maybe about 50 gold, or we'll say 40 gold to make something like that, just so you can make a very small accessible one for wire.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. and with that we can work on that and create this small little pocket dimension using a little bit of fragment from one of the shards as well that you found. Whatchamacallit? When that crystal shattered after defeating Sesanic, you managed to take one of these tiny gems as well, and it can grant you access to this other dimensional magic, which allows you to really quickly and efficiently make a small bag of holding. Can you though give me an intelligence check as you are working with this?
22.
Okay, so with that you're kind of studying this. We'll say it takes you about an hour or so to put all this together and study the properties of this gem, and during all of this you get the sense that these crystals, you've got about 100 of them, and they have the potential to store energy of any kind, and you being like a guy of science knows that as well. Energy can be converted into mass and vice versa, and there is a way that you would probably be able to turn this into some strong vacuum like magical source Pokeball thing in the future if ever you wanted to.
Note that down first. That'll be pushed to the background for a while.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But it is something, a material that's very unique, and if you can find a way to harness it and tap in a way to like reverse the flow so it sucks things in instead of just holding things, you'll have something quite unique.
Okay. I'll get to designing it.
All right. Perfect. So what's the rest of you doing? Are any of you guys doing anything else in the town?
I'll go back to Ramshack and try to get the hammer.
Okay, so you head on down back into the shop, and the tinking has stopped. That hammer on metal has stopped. But then when you get into the place, instead of that small hammer he was holding, he's now holding a very tiny hammer, which he's wrapped one of his tiny spindly fingers around and just coiled around it in a spiral, and he's just tapping with his one finger on the anvil. And as you approach him and come into the room, he's like, "I made you something, little epic," and he holds up this tiny little metal shirt. "I thought you might like it." Yes.
I love it.
"I can give it to you for one of your eyes."
I don't love it.
That's fair enough. What can I help you with, my friend?
Could I have the small hammer to go with the anvil?
This small hammer that I used to make this small shirt for you.
Yes.
I see. Can I have one of your shoes?
Sure.
Okay. Very good. And he starts sliding his fingers under your feet. They kind of just go flat to the ground. They come round, up out of the ground, wrap around your foot, and then like yank the shoe off you. You fall backwards, and the shoe comes tumbling through the air. And he opens the door behind him, slams the door, the shoe through the door, and then shuts it tight. And then blinking like one eye at a time, he brings the hammer over to you and drops it. Anytime I can be of service, let me know.
Wish him a pleasant day and then leave again.
And you. And the door closes on its own.
You just have to be pleasant with him. That's what you have to do.
He's asking for very...
Also be quite stupid.
Fuck Ramshack. Me and all my homies hate Ramshack.
Yo. Get that on a t-shirt.
I will go up to the blacksmith and ask him for a new pair of shoes.
As you kind of call in, he kind of opens the door. He's like, making shoes isn't quite my specialty, but I'm not a cobbler. I tinker, right? I can make you a metal shoe. You know what? With the scraps of leather that I'm working on, I can make you some sort of boots.
That's perfect.
Yeah, right. We'll call it even then for all the stuff you've done for the Vale and all that. Get you a shoe, get you a sheep, and help this guy out with his workshop. Feel free though to use the workshop and the smithy Anytime you like.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Where'd the shoe go, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, this lovely guy called Ramshackle took it for payment for this small hammer.
Ah, shite. Right, well, if you ever see a clone of yourself made of shoes, you'll know where it came from.
Interesting.
Okay. And he kind of just looks a bit disturbed. He's like,
not quite grasp that. He's just like, huh? Made of shoes.
Well, the wife's got some lunch on the go. I'm gonna go grab some of that, and if you need me, I'll be inside. And he's kind of just looking around, kind of sees more of that blood start to trickle down your eyebrow, and see that you seem to be unfazed with everything going on, and eventually just kind of closes the door slowly and goes and joins his family. What a crazy door. And again, you guys are left on your own, to your own devices, if there is anything that you want to continue doing.
Can I walk towards what looks like an inn?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as you're kind of approaching this place, hold up. Did I give the name last week? I don't know if I did or not.
I think you might have.
I think. Oh shoot! I'm actually gonna write it down again because I should remember what I said, and I thought I had it down here. You know what? I'm gonna retcon it, and I'm gonna put down as the drunken eel. There we go. Alright. So as you kind of make your way into this place, it's a pretty beat up old looking inn tavern. Inside there's a man with an eye patch, a hook for a hand, and a peg leg. He's there just in a simple white shirt. He's got an apron on, completely bald and covered in scars. This guy's slightly hunched over. He's an absolute unit of a man. He kind of seems to be towering about 8 foot tall, and then he has these flecks of grey stone all over his skin, and it looks like some sort of skin disease of sort. And then you see these large protrusions of little bits of crystal coming out of his skin here and there, and one of his teeth are a gemstone. And as you come into the bar, there's only a couple of other people in here. One guy's got like a massive frizzy red hair. He's in like a disheveled suit, and he carries a briefcase, and he's just sitting at one of the tables. And a second man, then he has this blue flowing hair that looks like flame. His skin is sickly white and pale, and he's there in just a vest and some shorts and a pair of sandals, and he's kind of sitting back, smoking a cigarette and swilling just like looks like some kind of off yellow colored whiskey or some sort of spirit in a glass. And as you do come into the bar, you hear the barman kind of look at you, and he's just like, what's that fucking cunt? Welcome to the fucking drunken eel. How can I help you, mate? He spits in one of the glasses, starts cleaning it.
Try my best to appear sober and walk towards the bar.
give me a performance check.
Persuasion check. Performance, probably with disadvantage. That is a 2.
Okay. So I just put a
4 actually, because I get a plus.
4. Okay. So this is gonna be the guy. Okay. There we go. That's perfect. So as you kind of sit down in the bar seat, and he's like, I can't, you absolutely fucked, man. You got the fucking ramshacks and some shit. What the fuck's going on with you?
On ramshacks, I'm gonna again get my own glass and just drink.
Oh boy, fuck. He kind of slaps the glass to the floor. He's like, yes, and you got fucking coming to buy a fucking bar and start drinking your own fucking booze, man. You can do that on the streets. This is not gonna make a business here. If the other boys see you just pouring your own fucking spirits in there, they're gonna fucking, you know what they're gonna fucking do. They're gonna start drinking their own fucking shit.
I'll pick up my glass, point to the top shelf, and be like, down.
Alright, fine. Top shelf. Shit. He kind of pulls down a bottle. And you get my folder of boozes. I didn't think I would get so much use out of this.
You might get a lot of use out of it.
Alright, he brings down this kind of golden heart, this glass jar that's in the shape of a heart. It has this golden liquid in it that goes from yellow, and it has like a gradient from yellow down to orange. And on the top of the glass, there's this red spiral through the center. He's like, right, listen, man, it's fucking good stuff. It's top shelf, fucking life wine. Hopefully bring you back to your senses somewhat. We'll see what we do. And he starts to pour this very thick, creamy, liquid into your glass. And it kind of, initially when it comes out, it just comes out as like a large blob. And then it continues to spiral down into your glass, filling it about halfway.
I'll show you how to do it.
I am going to look at him, leave the bottle, and I'll just put my coin purse on the bar and just start drinking.
Fair enough, mate. Jesus Christ, fucking this expensive stuff, but if you think you can take it, it's fine, mate. Okay. So, as you are chugging this stuff back, it doesn't seem to make you feel as woozy as you would usually with other kind of alcohols. This one instead, it just fuels your brain all of a sudden with courage and confidence. And all of a sudden you manage to collect yourself. You feel like you're coming across pretty well to this guy all of a sudden. You think you've actually managed to persuade him that you are entirely sober. And every movement that you make, everywhere you look, you feel that you're doing it with grace and have this suave attitude to yourself.
Good shit.
Fucking life wine, mate. Hope you see a little clearer. Hope you fucking see a better thing. You know what I'm fucking saying, mate.
I'll just sit there. I'm not going to talk to him. I'm too
Sure.
scared of things.
That's fair enough. So with that, he's gonna rummage through your coin purse and take out 4 gold pieces, and is like, listen, fucking, you're new here. I'll just take these 5 pieces. I can chuck them in the shelf. It's high quality stuff. This we can keep the ball, no problem, mate.
Can I do a woozy drunk intelligence check or arcana check to see if I could put this liquid into my flask somehow, so that I don't just get shit-faced every time I'm drinking?
Yeah, sure. So in the infinity glass that you have?
Yeah, I have Craig's infinity.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, give me Give me an arcana.
But can I figure out a way to transfer liquid?
Yeah, give me an arcana check.
23.
Okay, shit. Okay, so when you do try to pour this liquid in initially, you just kind of go with a slight drop. You kind of drop in a little more than you want to because you're a bit uneasy. And as soon as it does land into the liquid, it kind of bubbles up to the surface, kind of separating from the other one. And eventually it just disappears into a golden mist. And as you're there studying this thing for about, we'll say a good hour, you need to be looking at, you can see very faintly in here, it's a very simple revealing spell to reveal all this set of enchanted runes all around the brim of the glass. But after revealing them, you look around through all the arcane runes and you find one that's been written that will prevent any other liquid from going in here, and you just do a little tweaking and tinkering and taking out a little tool, you just kind of etch that one out and put in a new one that just kind of undoes that. And as soon as you do now, the liquid that was once in there, the really powerful healing liquid, just begins to disappear. The glass is now empty, and you manage to put in the life wine inside.
Cool. I now re-inscribe that original rune so that it never empties.
Yeah, give me another arcana check.
An 11.
Okay, with that, looking at it now, since you kind of just aggressively scratched the other rune, and it's so kind of gone, and you've already forgotten what the rune was at this stage, with your brain just kind of in such a slumpy, nasty state. You go to do it, and you're stuck there for like a solid 2 minutes, just trying to remember what the rune was, and you try to write something else in, and you think it might be correct, but you're not sure. Okay.
I only got rid of that one effect, though, right? It still has all the other.
Yeah. Everything else is there. You can summon another liquid and everything else in, but you've gotten rid of the thing that will prevent other liquids being put into here.
Okay.
Let me see here. Where's this guy? Sorry, I'm just looking. All right. So as you're there for about an hour or something like that, what's Diego and Epic doing at the moment? Is there anything in particular you guys want to do?
I'll be playing with the small anvil and hammer. As it reminds me of a set each of us got when we were children.
That's really cute. Perfect.
Is it bad that I'm now typing up a Word document to do like a mini presentation on the thing I've designed as to how it's going to work?
I'll give you an inspiration.
I started it, so it'll be a while, but...
Sure, no problem. No problem at all.
The presentation just called like White Gauge. Prime.
Well, no, like I have I did my best at a drawing, you know, for someone that's not artistic, and I'm just typing up now how exactly I had it in my head that it's going to work.
I'm excited.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm very curious.
Were Brian's bones brought to the what's it called? The like temple of the mother or whatever it's called, the mother doe.
Yeah, we'll see, because they were initially brought into Grill's place. He would have actually mentioned that he was going to start bringing him that way. Yeah, so they can be cleansed and washed and everything else.
Yeah. Can I just go to the temple and help set up with the funeral?
All right, perfect. All right, so as you start making your way there, you kind of making your way through the crowds. There's a few people just selling meats and fish and vegetables here. You pass butchers. Looking around, there's just some simple kind of farmers going around doing everyday work on the fields and feeding pigs.
While I'm passing through the market, is there like a kind of general herbalism store where they won't try to take my soul?
Yeah, as you are passing around, give me a perception check.
Perception. Alright. How's my luck tonight? 12?
12. So as you're passing by the vegetable place, there is another smaller place just below it. That is called. Wait, hold up. Where's the name? So many names here. It's absolutely insane. I don't know why I do this to myself. Oh, okay. So it's Ada's veggies and herbs and fix me ups.
Yeah, I'll stroll up to that.
Right, so as you head in there, and there's a big rosy cheeked lady inside. She's quite short, and as you do come into this place, you realize that she seems to be sitting. As you kind of come into it, initially you just think you're seeing regular sized lady, but you come in and you realize it's a small halfling sitting on a very high chair, and she's there kind of looking through a newspaper, kind of flicking through this magazine of sorts, which has all these beautiful photographs on it, all in color, and she's kind of blushing slightly, burying her nose into it. She's got this massive blonde, this strawberry blonde hair shooting out in every direction. And she fixes her pair of spectacles as you come in. She looks up at you. She's like, "Hello, dearie. How can I help you?"
Afternoon. I have a problem with staying alive.
Oh, don't we all? Don't we all? Yes.
I think I'm particularly challenged.
Absolutely. Would you like some of our beauty creams for helping with the old aging process? I can have to say I've tested myself over the years, and they do me wonders.
I will die. Do you have any healing potions or any healer's kits or anything?
You know what? I'll have a look and see what I have now in the back.
And she kind of hops down. She's like, as she's kind of going through the back door to kind of look to see what she has in store, she turns around and she's like,
Wait, are you an adventurer?
and she climbs back up onto the chair, very eager, and kind of sets herself kind of upright and leans forwards.
You one of those brave, strong wilderness adventurers who are always out putting themselves in danger?
I am one of those.
My
I am an adventurer.
She starts kind of like getting her magazine and starts fanning herself. She goes like beet red, and she's like,
an adventurer in my shop.
and she heads out into the back and closes the door for a few minutes. And you're left to kind of take in the surroundings of this building. There's lots of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, and there's bottles of different balms and ointments all around. And there's to your far right, there'd be several tables filled with vegetables and fruits and everything else. And as she comes back to, and she kind of props herself up onto the stool again, and she's got this what's the word for the same material made of like for potato sacks.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, sorry. But she kind of throws that up onto the thing. She starts rummaging through. She takes out a bunch of these leaves, these kind of green herbs, and she starts splaying them all down onto the desk. And then she starts looking around. She pulls out a few other kind of small jars of balms and things like that. And then she brings out a small red leather bag, and she pops it onto the desk as well. And she's like,
We've got some of these healing herbs here. They kind of they're the base ingredient for making healing potions and the like. We used to use them originally. They're not as potent, and they're a little more unpredictable. But that's what I've got in store anyway. And I've got plenty of them. I grow them in the back, and here I've got a nice healer's kit that I have a spare going around.
I will take sack and the healer's kit.
Absolutely. Oh jeez. Oh, hold up. Let me tot things up for you. I heard that you lot were the ones who took out the big scary Lilith.
We were. I was unconscious at the time.
Right. Well, hopefully we can stop that and fix that all up for you now with a big bunch of these herbs. I'll give you them all for on my own personal discount. Let me see here now. Right. For each of these herbs, just for a pack of 3, I can do maybe 10 gold for you. And let me see here. Alright, okay. Terms of the herbal kit, how much is that?
figure out how much that should cost.
You know what? Screw it, I'll give it to you for 2 gold.
That's far too low, and I'll hand her 10.
Okay. She's just kind of really flustered, and she kind of like has her face in her ledger, and she's still flicking through the pages, and she's like,
Right, okay, and how many herbs would you like? How many will pack in for you here?
How many? I don't know. What would you suggest? Like enough to keep me alive? Maybe 2 or 3 potions worth.
Okay, well, it's going to work a little different from your regular potions, but basically you're doing the same thing.
For these, can you give me a nature check actually on these?
Nature.
Yeah.
I don't know -1 on nature. I got 15 anyway.
Okay, nice one. So looking at these, you'd be familiar with them. A lot of the wrestlers that you would have been with would have chewed a lot of these during games, and they kind of revitalize you, and they kind of give you a bit of a cold rush through your body, and they help you ignore any of the wounds that are going on. They don't do anything for big open wounds, but they kind of give you a big boost. And if you chew enough, the one thing about them is you can't chew too many of them. Too many of them can end up being poisonous. But you can.
I was literally gonna ask. Yeah, I was literally gonna ask if you had something like that. Yeah, I'll take as much as that as I can.
Okay, cool. So just for your own knowledge, if you chew one of these, you can regain a D4 hit points. And you can eat as many of them in a day equal to your Constitution score.
Score or modifier?
Score.
Okay.
Yeah, just some people just eat butt tons of them after during a match, and they'll eventually just end up vomiting. But yeah. All right. So how many can I get you there?
Give me we'll say 20 of those and a healer's kit.
Right, 20 of those. Then a healer's kit, so you're doing 10 for a healer's kit, and 3 of these for a price of 10, so that's okay, 30 and then 60, okay, plus the 3, so I would say we'll put you down for about 75 gold. Is that alright for you, love?
Sounds good. And I'll hand her 80 gold.
Okay.
Oh jeez, you adventurers and all your wealth, oh my goodness.
She just kind of hands you this folds up the leaves in parchment and wraps them in string and puts that inside the healer's kit and pushes it towards you with her face down, or beet red.
Alright, thank you very much.
Alright, and I'll kind of do a little bow and take all the stuff I just bought, and I'll leave her one of my feathers. Just be like, have a good day. I'll walk out towards the church.
As soon as you head out as well, you start to hear a bunch of giggling in the back and another scream from another woman. It's like,
was that one of the adventures? Hey boss, it was one of the adventures. Oh my goodness.
and the giggling just kind of continues. Alright.
Cool. I won't take up too much more time, so I'll just go and just help with preparations until the funeral.
Okay, perfect. So then there's 2 acolytes who are maintaining it. One's a half-elf man, and the other one is and he's kind of greying at the temples, but he's got jet black hair on top, very thin beard, kind of like Tony Starkish beard, but very well kept. And then the other one is a very old tiefling woman with grey hair, tied up into a large bun. She's got like a greenish hue to her skin. It's kind of gone like a dull grey, but has this faint green hue to it. And she's got these blue horns curling around in spirals. And coming out of her pockets, there's lots of soil and other plants growing from her pockets. And she's got moss growing over her robes, and has this big, large, gnarled staff. And they're bathing all the bones currently in a bunch of this fresh running water coming from a stream nearby. Okay. So the rest of you, are you all happy to continue, or is there anything else that you guys want to be doing? Are you happy to? All right.
No, I'm good.
I have no wine.
Okay, perfect. So, as you are there, you're washing bones, Diego, and helping with that whole process. You're there kind of inscribing this new glass, just toying with it, trying to fix it, and trying to hold this new liquor that you've discovered. Epic, you're there playing with your little toy. Eventually Burr comes over and he kind of weaves a little wooden anvil as well and starts playing alongside you. And Joe, you eventually you within this time you drop a bunch of blueprints and rough drafts for future projects, and Eventually, you guys are
Nearly
all.
finished.
Huh?
I'm nearly finished.
Oh shit! Nice.
It's only going to be like a little paragraph explaining everything.
Sure. Cool. So eventually, you guys are all gathered at the town square. The sun is just starting to set, and there's a wagon. You've helped Diego bring the bones into this wooden casket that's made out of willow. That's just been made out of woven willow. You've brought all the bones there, and they've all been loaded onto a wagon. And in this wagon as well, they've all the people from the fruit and veg places and the butchers and the fishmongers. They all start to load this wagon with food and fresh meats, and all wrapped in lovely waxy parchment paper. They've set up an iron spit as well that they've put inside, and a bunch of other boxes are put in, these smaller boxes that have these red labels over them. They start to put all those into the place too. Women and children start to gather around the wagon and the whole setup, and some of them are coming along on horses, others are coming on pigs' back, or like some have these really large pigs with saddles on, and they just come along, a bunch of these halflings riding all these pigs. And Xavion is there amongst all of them, as is Grill. And Xavion's kind of calming people down and greeting them all, and they all seem very, very happy to see him. He seems to be well known in this town, and they all greet him with open arms and hugs, and he's kissing children's heads and cuddling old friends. But occasionally you would catch him glancing, whenever he catches a break, he glances up at the statue that's in the center of this town, which is this beautiful marble statue of this woman, who seems to be a dwarf woman, who has, and they've managed to capture within the marble this this kind of skin pattern that she has. I can't remember the name of it. Hold up, what's it called? What's it called when you have lots of different patches of different colored skin? Hold up, I have it written down here. I'm just going to try to find it. Wait, actually, if you're watching Cat, what's the name of type of skin that Athena has? Oh, vitiligo? How do you pronounce it?
Oh, yes.
Vitiligo.
Vitiligo? Yeah.
Yeah. So, so you notice that they've captured this kind of pattern, the skin pattern all over this lady. She has this massive curly dark hair. She's just wearing robes, and in one hand she's holding this gemstone, which is they've slipped what looks like it could be a really fancy diamond in the hand of this statue, and her other hand's reaching down to the people. And just below there, as you are preparing everything, loading stuff, you do manage to read that this is a statue dedicated to the, bear with me, I have to get these numbers right, sorry. This is the thing with having everything written down already, is like you can't bullshit anything anymore. You can't just make stuff up on the spot because it already exists, and I don't want to get it wrong.
You could just have different universe, though. You could just...
True. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it's dedicated to the sixth Watcher of the Veil, and her name is Athena Timberfist. And before everyone leaves, everyone kind of goes down and kisses the foot of the statue before they all leave, and you realize that foot of that statue is quite smooth and rounded off compared to the rest of her, which has been weathered. But eventually, you all set off for this trip, bringing Coffin of Brian along. And it takes a few hours before you going through the woods to get to here. And by that time, the sun sets, and you find yourself at this hilltop. And everyone starts gathering around this fire. They start to build this large bonfire. And at the top of the hill, there are 5 these really large standing stones. And as you come through the woods, fireflies begin to surround the fire, and Zavion starts performing this this sort of ritual dance around the flames. And as he does, it seems to control the flames, and the flames begin changing color to teal and pink, and they come up in wisps. And he incorporates some of the fireflies into whatever sort of dance he is doing, and eventually little sparks shoot off in different little tiny rainbow sparks start crackling from the fire. And you realize, looking around and talking to all the people, that he is preparing the fire for the burial or the burning of Brian's body. And looking around as well, you know that people you start to pick up that this is where Brian's tower stands. Grill kind of joins you, and he's like, he's quite the fancy pants, ain't he? You know, his wabber jabber, what's it? It's quite majestic, though, if I do say so myself. Eventually.
Sober as well.
Give me a constitution check.
Natural 20.
Shit, there's something about that wine that you've had. It manages to bring you back a bit, and you no longer are seeing double, and you're no longer stumbling. It just gives you this confidence and this control over your body that you haven't had in years. You might possibly be incredibly intoxicated, but you don't feel like it. But you managed to keep it all together, and you've never felt sharper in at least 10 or 20 years.
Awesome.
A bunch of the crowd also starts humming, and more of these fireflies begin now to spiral around the fire itself and begin to come up into this large pillar, or this large tower of fireflies, all spinning simultaneously, very slowly, but all in sequence as Zavion continues to change the colors of the flame. And eventually, with all the humming and this goes on for maybe 10-20 minutes. Eventually, the two acolytes that you had met before, Diego, come out with the wicker coffin, the willow coffin, and they start to bring it across. And now the lady as well brings her staff down into the ground, and as the staff jabs into the ground, roots start to grow from it, and the top of the staff begins to grow around the basket, expanding into like a large tree, which carries the coffin right above the flames. And then it just lets go, and the coffin begins to just float above these flames. The humming continues, and then slowly these fireflies begin to just tap off it and burst off the coffin itself. And with each one that lands, they burst into a small green flame, and these small green embers start to consume the whole coffin, which catches fire quite quickly. And now Zavion starts to bring up more of these flames from the fire, pink and blue, that begin to wrap around it, and it starts to burn away. And eventually the whole thing bursts into now green, pink, and blue flames, and they begin to spiral around the coffin. And then Zavion drops his hands. The coffin bursts into thousands of fireflies, pink, blue, and green, and they all begin to flutter off into the woods, and the fire returns to normal. Zavion's there, kind of out of breath, sweating, kind of wiping his brow. He's like, Do you lads have anything you'd like to say on Brian's behalf?
I don't think anything needs to be said. These people know Brian. They know him better than we did.
I've been talking to the people here, and Brian's been one of those real mysterious folk that never really interacted much with the people here. He would come down, for supplies every now and again, then return to his tower on this hill. But no one ever went in. No one ever came around. He was always busy with work. He was always. That's what I've picked up anyway. I've never met him until I met him in Chult. But it seems like you five probably knew him better than anyone else here.
least on a more personal level. They knew him for a long time, sure, but he seemed to be a bit of an introvert himself.
I'll listen up and I'll be like, he ran a damn fine B&B.
And with that, like, a bunch of the
Best
people
night
just
I've ever slept.
a bunch of smiles then start appearing on these people's faces, and they all just start nodding and they raise their glasses. Yes, he did a lot. He brought us all back. Without him, we couldn't have escaped. We couldn't have stopped Lilith, and I think that definitely is worth cheersing to. He raises like a horn that he has his drinking, and he takes a swig.
Raise a glass.
He's a busy man, very mysterious, and gosh, I never want to be lost for words. He was a good man.
Stand up, or Diego will stand up. He saved all of our lives and everyone else who was trapped below the scraps, and he sacrificed his life for it. So he's done a lot more than many people have, and he deserves a good rest.
Aye.
I'll raise my glass.
To Brian.
To Brian. They all raise their glasses, and then immediately music starts playing. The fire then goes from like a red to a bright pink, and everyone starts to bring out food from the shack and from the wagon, and they start roasting meat on the fire, and everyone starts cheering and drinking and dancing, and they start dancing for several hours into the night.
Cedric's gonna spend the night just staring into the flame. Brian's pocket watch, just kind of clicking button. Just remember.
And as you're kind of playing with it, fiddling with it, and you give it a click, the pocket watch opens up, and there's this engraving inside it. And as you start to read, it's very tiny. It's all around the rim, and it looks like it's been burnt into the thing magically. Looking at it, you're kind of old, but you managed to make it out in the dark, holding up to the flames. And it says,
To the bravest man I've ever met in my life, I give you the deed to my home, to all my work, to all my research. Every room in the house is yours. This watch will help you get there. It'll open the doors and reveal the house to you. It's your own home. It was mine once. Hopefully you won't have to get this pocket watch, and hopefully I'm there with you, and you could just stay there with me. But if you are reading this, I'm sorry for letting you down. I'm sorry that I couldn't bring you all the way. But I think it would be a great place to continue your research, Cedric. For Joe, he can set up workshops there. There's plenty of materials there for him to get going. I'm sure Ebic would like a home. I found out that he himself didn't have, has lost his own. And I think Diego could use a holiday home and a place to escape to from all the death and destruction around him. Hopefully he can have this place where he can feel safe and protected. Thank you, boys. Thank you for everything. And that's it.
I'm gonna like clench the pocket watch in my fist. A tear is gonna appear in my eye, and I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna continue to let them. Enjoy isn't the right word, but go about the night in celebration of Brian before I ruin it with this final message.
Ebic's incredibly drunk. Not Ebic, sorry. Grill is incredibly drunk at this stage, and he's kind of just stumbling around the fire, and he takes a big swig from some sort of bottle, and then he belches, and this huge fireball erupts from his mouth into the flames and shoots up into the sky, and everyone starts cheering. He's like, "Ha ha! Oh, that was a good one, eh? Fucking brilliant." He kind of turns to you lot. Probably not. I don't know if you're the happiest or not. Kind of sits down, slumps onto the grass beside you lot. So what are you all planning to do next?
We don't really have a plan.
Fucking great.
Free some people.
Find the druid.
Aye. Find the druid. That's good. Yeah. What could you? I mean, all I really know myself is I know Azza over there. He kind of points to the tiefling with the greyish green skin. I mean, she's a fine druid, but I mean, she's very particular about what she can do and can't do. I know a bunch of the furbolgs in Magnolia. Now they're some real druids. If you ever want to go out that direction, great place to head to. As for me and not. That's about all I'd know myself. I could teach you how to shoot fireballs out your nostrils. So that's. If you want to know how to do that, it's a fun one.
Yeah.
I really want to know how to do that.
Giggle at that, and then Cedric uses fire breath to do it. Just
there you go. See that? Give me a performance check, actually.
this could potentially do a lot of damage to us. Kills the entire crowd.
So you kind of hiccup, and it shoots out your nose and kind of flies forward just right over Diego's head and into the flames, and the flames just kind of erupt. And he's like, "What? I'll do." You nearly roasted the old chicken there. Oh, fuck me. And he just falls back onto his back, looking up at the stars. At this stage as well, you notice that Zavion's kind of gone into the crowd of people, and everyone kind of seems to want to chat to him for different reasons, and he seems to be giving advice to everyone in the crowd, trying to get to as many people as he can. And as he's doing that, kind of Grill kind of gives a sigh, and he just says, busy man, that one. It was the time when you go through all these people with a breeze in his step. I mean, to you probably he seems happy out, but I can't help but look at him and feel a little sad, you know. It's hard doing this Watcher stuff all alone. You lot helping him out with the people, bringing them back home, or you guys heading off from here after the funeral? Nah, fair fox to you lads.
Helped us a lot in the past.
Yeah, aye. He's a good lad. Bit of a temper on him, but he's good lads. He's good lads, yeah. You know, me and Zavion, we've known each other since we were kids. My dad raised him and me at the same time. Aye. As they say, you don't really share it. Aye, yeah, fucking. The best of the Timberfist, if you ask me. He was my old dad. He's still out there somewhere. I don't know where he's run off to, but good lad. Trained Zavion up to be a good old Watcher like himself. Me myself, though, no. I've never been one very talented in the arcane. I'm a man of science myself.
Oh, you seem to be very talented at what you do.
Nah, I'm the fucking best, but what can I say?
Well, has Ebic gotten his sheep bag yet?
Oh fucking! I knew it's forgetting something, and he kind of takes off his own like bag on his back and kind of rummages through it and pulls out this leather, basically like a baby sack, and at the front of it there is there's this big cuddly chibi sheep with big button-like eyes, beady kind of shiny eyes that are made of this black material that kind of shimmers with a rainbow-like effect to it, and they have the eyes there, and then he seems to be made out of this beautiful soft cotton wool-like material, has these two little arms sticking over the front of the sack where he's been stuffed into, and he's like, he kind of looks at the sheep. This do for you, lad.
That is amazing. I love it.
Oh, there you go. You little weird dwarf. I've never met a dwarf quite like yourself. My wife did a few little bit of embroideries there around the straps. Hope that's alright.
That's fine. Yeah, it reminds me of one of my younger brothers.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Does he, eh?
He was a bit simple, but we loved him.
Oh, we've all got one of those, eh? Aye. So, continues on the fire. They keep adding more wood to the fire. Sorry, yeah.
Once Zavion like turns to come our direction, like walking in our direction, I'm gonna take the sheep, like hold it up, like wave it at him.
Zavion now is a bit tipsy, so he kind of like, you can see he's like walking a little off. His movements are a little more fluid and his eyes wide, and he's like, ah! Look at that, it's me! And he kind of slumps down beside you guys, taking the sheep in his hands, like, oh my god, I can't believe it's like that for so long. Look at me, I'm so cute. It's like looking in the fucking mirror. And he hands it back to you, kind of rubbing his eyes. Ah, it's been a long night here. It's nice to see all these friendly faces, though. How are you all feeling?
Pretty good.
Aye, sad he's gone, but he's a legend. I think he was quite a talent in his youth. It's a shame, what age can do to you. You start forgetting things. He's oldest Tortle I'd ever met in my life. Don't know how he got so fucking old. Usually they got those they've up to like 40 or 60 or something like that. This guy was 540. Fucking crazy. Don't know what the heck he was up to. Very mysterious. I could never get a grasp of what he was studying up in that Airbnb of his. But not me. It's not my job to pry. I mean, sometimes depends on the situation. But you seem to right. You lot heading up there later?
Yeah, we'll head to the tower. Wonderful. I assume, like, give a knowing look at Zavion and like clench the pocket watch, like, to see if he knows what it does.
He kind of takes it for a second and kind of looks at it and starts moving it between his fingertips, like not letting it touch his palm, and he kind of holds it up to the moonlight, and he blinks and his eyes kind of glow bright blue for a second, and he kind of blinks again. They return to normal, and he's like, "That's fascinating, lad. You familiar with chronology?"
As much as I would like to be.
This thing is reeking with the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of layers to this. I can't even quite see how deep this thing goes. I mean, I could do so if I had a little more time, but just taking a glance at this thing is beautiful. It's like he kind of goes silent then, kind of looking at the thing, holding it in his palm now. So,
I just pick it up with two fingers, and well, as you said, Brian was a powerful wizard.
hey, well, if you're ever in a pinch, if things are going bad for you, just click that button on top. Get another roll at life. Another get a little bit of a redo. Not many charges in it, but I'd say it resets once a day. It's kind of typical. Got about 3 charges in there.
Interesting.
But there's a lot of enchantments. There's a lot of layers to that thing.
mean, for one, it's the front door key to the tower
Yeah.
over there.
You're welcome to spend the night in the tower if you have nowhere else to stay.
I mean, maybe I'll see what the plan is here, but you know, you lot settle in. I'll catch you up later in the evening. I've got a few bits I need to do. Just somewhere I need to go tonight, but thank you for the offer. I'll definitely come in, definitely in the morning, and you'll call by. I don't mean to shove you off or anything like that, and I think I push you guys down to the ground, love you all to bits, but there is just something important that's come up.
You do you.
It's been a while since I've been back here, but you lot hid away.
Alternatively, guys, like once you're finished with the festivities, Ryan has given us one last gift. You can meet me over by the tower, and I'll just walk towards the tower.
Okay.
Very slowly, just kind of like taking in the events.
Sure. See, everyone's now getting quite slosh, but no one's kind of like in bad spirits. Everyone's very cheery and lovely in this town. Everyone's just very lovely, and instead of them, they're all kind of getting just really happy and dancing, or very affectionate with each other more than anything. They're all starting to hug each other now and kiss each other and just cuddle up, and all becoming very, very rosy cheeked, very like the hobbits in Lord of the Rings. As you're strolling off there, it gets a little colder as you come away from the fire, and these fireflies are starting to follow you as you walk through this pathway, and eventually you come to the top of this hill, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of any tower here initially. There's just a large spacious plot of land, but as soon as you enter the stone circle, each one of them begins to glow with this teal hue. As you step through, it's like you step through a barrier, and all of a sudden you see this colossal tower in front of you, but just kind of like you can't actually make out any details of it. The whole thing is invisible, but it has this slight shimmer to it, which lets you know where the edges are and everything else. But this thing goes up for about 40, 50, 60 feet. It's hard to tell.
Okay, I will walk to the path comes up and there's two stones. I'll be on the path side of one of the stones. Just sit back and kind of watch the stars.
Alright. And you can see now as well, like now and again, as you look up past the tower, bits of the tower now start to reflect the stars themselves, and the stars now start to bleed down over the tower, and they gather then towards the center of it, where the door would probably be. The rest of you, are you not doing anything in particular?
I'd say Diego's a bit of a party animal, so he'll probably fly up towards the tower.
Alright. Okay. So you start heading off, and they all start cheering behind you guys as you start leaving, and Grill kind of like turns as you are flying off, and he's kind of turns to the Zavion there. He's like, "Fucking look at him! He's fucking flying off like a fucking wizard or something like that." Zavion, hey, what do you call these lads? Do they go by any name or any titles? How are we best remembering them? And Zavion's kind of like, he's in a bit of a daze. He's like, you ask them yourselves. There's a perfectly good, capable bunch of them right there in front of you. And he turns to you, kind of like, he's got a bit of like spit coming down the corner of his mouth, and he's smiling and very rosy cheeked, and turns to both yourself, Ebic and Joe. Like, so, you got any grand adventuring titles on you that we should remember you by?
Hello. Turn and go the Yeeters.
The Yeeters.
And turn and walk away.
Give me
all
a
dramatic.
give me a charisma check, actually.
God damn it. Not bad. That's 16.
Succeeded as you kind of walk away, and the kind of fire is kind of crackling around, and a bunch of sparks kind of burst from the fire just in that moment, and they kind of shoot up behind you as you're walking away. He's like, "Oh, fucking we're dwarf parkour now. The Yeeters, I mean, what the heck is that kind of word? What's it even mean? He's just there kind of talking to nothing. He turns around, he thinks he's talking to someone, but he's been talking to a bush this whole time. Beautiful. So the three of you then start making your way back to this tower. Joe, are you doing anything at the moment, or are you heading to join the rest of the group? Craig.
Yeah.
Still writing his words.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough. No, it's fine if you.
I finished in the middle of the funeral, but I wasn't gonna.
No, sure.
Yeah, yeah, I'll notice the lads heading off.
Okay.
I'll go follow them.
Perfect. So you and Burr kind of head off, and everyone starts cheering. And as you kind of start heading up the hill, like you start to hear this chanting now behind you, just Yeeter, and you all start yeeting, chanting into the night. But you guys all catch up to the Stonehenge, and see Cedric sitting up against one of the rocks, looking up at the tower. And you can now start to see, as you come into the circle, you can see the shimmering shape of this tower in front of you.
When I see them approaching, I'll very old man try and stand up.
Cool. So you get one of your back cracks for a second, but you manage to stand up, straighten yourself up, and they all kind of come from different angles at different times.
Yeah, once everyone's there, like, Brian left us one last gift. And then I'll just kind of like gesture towards the tower.
Perfect.
This is Brian's tower, his home. And now it is ours.
I would just turn to him like, you do know a tower is supposed to be a tall thing, right? Not just stone pillars. I'm like, you do know what a tower is, right?
Follow me, my boy. And I'll walk towards the front door.
Alright. So as you do lead towards the front door, the pocket watch now begins to shoot this little beam of white light towards the door, where all the stars start to gather around it, and then light up a small keyhole. And the closer you get, the brighter the light gets, and eventually, as you come right up to the door, it clicks open and swings open to reveal the interior of the house. You see Burr at this stage, kind of his eyes kind of widen. He gives you Epic a nudge, and he's like, "Oh, this is exciting."
It isn't deep.
All right, so you all head inside. Okay. Bear with me here. I'm gonna change the music. Okay. So as you head inside, you come into this lovely marble floor. Initially, when you come in, it's lit with these blue burning torches on the walls. At the very center of this table, there's this large starry hat, this blue like classic wizard hat in the center of the room. There's a pestle and mortar that's kind of already half ground something up. There's a bit of mold growing on it. There's a bunch of ink pots, half empty, half full. There's scrolls and papers scattered all around the place, and a few things have knocked over, and small chests. Everything you see in the room is there, but it looks a bit unkept. It's dusty in here. There's dirt and moss growing on places. There's little patches of mold here and there, and then at the end of the room, there's the room kind of continues on, or there's a set of double doors then to your right.
It's a bit dusty, but we can make it ours in time.
I will cast Detect Magic just to get a sense of how difficult this place is.
Yeah. As soon as you cast it, pretty much a majority of stuff in this room are magical. There's a couple of vials of liquid on the shelf to your right there, which you recognize as
immediately you recognize the kind of same wavelength or whatever that they give off. It's a similar one to a greater potion of healing. And there's another similar jar filled with this kind of silver honey, which also seems somewhat magical and has some sort of healing properties. The hat itself is magical as well, the wizard hat, and you also notice that all the inks in those pots are also magical and would be used for inscribing and new spellbooks and the like. The torch as well is also very magical. And there's a large magical presence coming from the room, both to your right, and also there's a lot of magic also coming from the north side of the house, but it's too far away for you to pick up. You'd be familiar as well with the torch itself and the type of magic it is. You would know that it's an ever-burning torch.
Okay. Ever-burning torch.
As for the hat, it has some sort of enchantment on it, but it's hard to tell what kind of magic it is. Hold up, actually. It's I'll just look up the actual type of magic this would be. It's a different type of hat to the one you have. The one that you have is kind of filled with this weird this weird kind of magic, but this one has a lot of evocation oozing from it.
I'll continue through the tower.
Alright, you guys are all heading. Alright. You're going to the door on the right, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we open up these doors. Right. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so heading into here, this is where a lot of your other magical, a lot of the other magical energies are coming from. There's another 2 ever-burning torches here. There's a couple of staffs in cases. One of these things has been broken and smashed into, and whatever is there seems to be broken apart as well. It looks like it was a sword and is now being broken apart. There's also 3 eggs, which are incredibly magical too, with some sort of life essence inside them. The sword, you get up here, the sword itself, and you get evocation magic coming from it, and the gemstones seem to be somewhat magical. They're kind of a low magical effect, but they're just kind of magical gemstones more than anything. You feel like it's more that the fact that they're just very valuable gemstones, and they're slightly magical. One of the staffs is this small silver staff, and it has some sort of transmutation magic inside it. And then finally the gnarled staff that is there would have, bear with me here, sorry, it would have an evocation as well.
I don't think I'm gonna go pick anything up. Just gonna take a mental note.
Sure. Is there anything else anyone else would like to do?
I'm gonna look at the sword.
Okay. So you kind of look at it, and you can notice now that there's a bunch of runes inscribed into this thing. What languages do you speak?
Dwarvish and common, I think.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check. Looking at the
the runes on this sword.
Oh, damn. An 18.
Oh, nice. Okay, so looking at it, you don't know what it says, but you know that they are written in giant, which is kind of typical for most runes anyway. And they kind of they're not quite carved in. They've been, the metal has been carved into, and then there's been these rubies placed into where the letters would be. Each letter is made out of a ruby.
Okay. Muscle and giant. And that's all Epic would do. Use this looking sword on it.
Sure. You get the sense it's magical, but it's at the moment it is just lying dormant.
Too bad I don't use swords.
Can I go look at the smashed display case?
Yeah. So as you head over there, give me an investigation check as you do look at this.
That was a big 5.
5. You're kind of looking at it. You can see the blade of a sword in here that's kind of shaped like a lightning bolt. Oh wait, fuck. I was looking at that wrong the whole time, but it is. And nonetheless, I'm going to stick with what I wrote down. That's just glass. And there's nothing in there. But there is actually stuff in there. There's a blade that is in the shape of like a lightning bolt, made from this very fine metal. It's complete. It's almost like a perfect mirror. This blade, but there's no hilt for this blade. It's just a metal blade.
I mean, out of respect for Brian, I'm not going to touch it yet.
Sure.
Look it up.
Alright. Looking down, it's just this lovely.
Two very different approaches there.
And, yeah. Brian, Burr's gonna step in as well, kind of look around and. These are a very strange thing to keep in one's house. I believe these are Kuatoa eggs. Very large ones, though. Very peculiar indeed. He kind of presses his face up to the glass. So from here is. Oh, maybe. That'd be wrong.
Epic and Burr have the drunk munchies.
It could be like Brian's children, so yeah, eating them might be a bad idea.
Yeah.
So one thing you would pick up is there is a purple glow as well coming from the slightly open jar up to the north of the room, coming from the other room itself, and there's also another cracked door at the bottom, which leads down into darkness. Leads up into darkness, I should say.
Up into practice. Okay, let's check this floor first here before we
Alright.
to the practice.
So
Guessing like going up is different floors.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do? You guys heading up?
Will we check the room above us?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Diego will go and push open the door above us.
Alright, so pushing it open reveals this beautiful room here. So, as soon as you come into this room, this place is, there's a small wind that's just starting to die and slowly spin around one of these, an open book in their center of this room, and pink light is starting to spark from it, and now begin to spin around inside that wind. You see pages are scattered out around everywhere in this room. Liquids have been spilled. It's an absolute mess, this entire place. It looks like some sort of lab. But as you're taking it all in, as soon as you step into the room, the pink light begins to form into this very large cat-like figure with wings. And all of a sudden, this very large creature begins to float in the center of this room. Hello there! Why do you approach Brian's grand laboratory?
We are good friends with Brian. And do you know him? Are you in contact?
I am Brian's valiant guardian and protect any intruders from approaching this house.
Alright, Diego is just gonna like kind of grimace and just like, I have some bad news. What's your name?
My name is Gaio.
Gaio, you might want to sit down for this.
I shall not do any such thing.
Can Cedric walk in holding stopwatch?
Yeah, sure. So as you kind of stumble coming past Diego, he kind of looks at you. How did you come in possession of my master's watch?
I'm just gonna open it, and I'll turn it to him, and just read the inscription, and I'll just offer it to him.
Okay, he kind of like he lowers himself down, still puffing out his chest now, kind of standing up on like his hind legs. He reaches down, picks up the watch from your hand, and looks at it. Can you give me a persuasion check, please?
Sure. I'm going to use my inspiration. Wow, I rolled 2 7s.
He kind of looks down at the pocket watch and looks up at you and closes it. Why has Brian given you his most prized possession? He holds on to the pocket watch.
Brian won't be coming back to the tower.
Have you murdered my master?
No, Lilith murdered your master. We were attempting to escape her realm with Brian, and she was too powerful even for his anxiety and his power tonight.
I see. So he has left the house to you.
It would appear so.
Why you of all people?
Brian and I got along.
Give me another persuasion check, please.
Did I use a fancy word? Okay. That is my third 7.
I'll give you my inspiration, though.
And then I actually rolled a 7, so I got a 12.
Gave you a flash genius, so you can add 4 to that.
So all these kind of people coming up behind you now. You have your friends at your back. You're kind of stumbling on your words, and Ebic comes up behind you, as does Joe. And you manage to catch your breath, and you kind of relax a small bit, and the confidence of the liquor kind of also kicks in, and you try to get out what you have to say. And he says, "You remind me of him. Quite the klutz. Not the best with words. And so old for being so young. Time is such a funny thing.
if you...
older than you seem.
I am 500 years old, and I will live on as long as this house remains standing, and that watch continues ticking.
Well, might I have it back?
He kind of looks at the pocket watch, not really wanting to give it back, and he eventually puts it in your hand. I will return to test you later, but please enjoy the house for now. Get used to it, and I will make sure that you are. I will see if you are capable, and I will be keeping an eye on all of you. Goodbye. And he sucks back into the book in the center of the room.
That's the second strangest thing I've seen today.
Something tells me we're in for a lot of strange today.
This is the first floor.
And with that, you hear a voice begin to echo around the entire room. Hello, hello, hello. And who might you 5 be?
We are the group known as the Yeeters, who returns of Brian.
The Yeeters, what is this word?
It's more of a way of life than a word.
Yeah.
It's a cause.
Typically described as the quick removal of someone's appendage.
Interesting, and you are friends with Brian.
We were friends with Brian.
He was quite the scoundrel in his day. You know, he has given you quite the dangerous tool. I wonder why he has given you one of the 4 triggers. He trusts you.
And all of a sudden, in front of your face, you see the snout of a blue dragonborn.
The Dragonborn.
Yeah. And she has a hood, she's in black robes. But this blue snout is now sticking out from it, looking up at you. She's slightly smaller than you.
My name is Sora. You may call me the Azure Dragon. And I believe you, now possessing this watch, are tortoise, yes?
Well, I'd like to be seen as one of my own, but if you wish to call me a tortoise...
You will be tortoise from now on.
The watch, show it to me. She holds out her hand, looking around the room and eyeing up the rest of you.
Is the watch on the chain?
Yeah.
Just dangle it from the chain.
She kind of snatches it from your hand immediately and starts tinkering with it. She opens up the back and she pulls out a little tool and does, like, in like a matter of seconds, kind of fiddles with a couple of things, closes it and chucks it back into your hands.
Okay, you may have the watch for now. I will be keeping an eye on things and make sure you do not use it for any wrongdoing. Do you understand what device you have in your hands right now? Are you familiar with the chronomancy or chronergy? Familiar with any form of magic?
Really think Brian would leave this in the hands of someone who didn't know what it was?
No, I would not. I would think him smarter, but maybe he has gotten stupid in his old age. He's been gone for quite some time. I don't know which dimension he's been in, but maybe it has altered his mind. Maybe have you persuaded him in some way?
She's kind of looking you up and down. You can now see these bright blue eyes peeking out from under the hood. Can you give me another persuasion check, please?
This has not been going well. Fucking, it wasn't a 7. It was a 6.
She kind of looks at you and wrinkles her nose. She says,
Have you been drinking?
Have you?
No, I have not. I keep my wits about me at all times.
Well, it is Brian's funeral, so we had to pour one out.
I've heard. And I am ever so sorry to hear the loss of such a capable wizard and one of the chronology. Long live the Black Tortoise.
You don't seem all that upset. You seem a little aggressive.
I am just here to make sure the balance is kept with us 4 guardians. You have a new responsibility now. You must protect this tower from anyone who seeks to make their way inside. You must test anyone who comes inside, and if you fail, the Sphinx is here to help. But that watch, if I see you abusing it in any way, handing it over to the wrong person, I will personally dispatch of you myself. Do you understand?
I don't know what dispatch means.
It means yeet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Would you be so kind as to write us a list of people that would be the wrong person?
Anybody who wants the watch and knows of the watch's existence is probably going to be the wrong person.
What do you know about the watch?
I do know about the watch. May I have it? I will. Very good.
And she kind of takes out a watch of her own and hands it in front of you and dangles it.
I have my own time teller where we go.
And she pockets
I have a sheep.
I can see that.
I thought we were just showing off our things.
I see. Yes, Okay, we have a drunk, a child, we have a chicken, and who are you? And she looks down at Joe.
No, goblin.
Goblin.
Just ignore me again.
Yes. Okay, and then a tree. What interesting tastes.
That tree has a name.
Okay, I do not care to know. But I will be back if I hear of you abusing any of the magical properties of this here castle. I will be checking in every now and again, and I will be keeping close tabs on all of you. Goodbye. Drunk.
Strange baby.
Crazy baby man with the sheep, chicken, goblin, and tree.
And she opens up a doorway behind her and she steps through it and it disappears.
When she leaves, can I just ask? Can I call
Oh yeah.
Gaio?
Yes.
I'm not she can fuck off. Gaio, I want to talk to. Sphinx fan.
Okay, fuck you.
Okay, so you're give me an Arcana check.
My debts are broken.
You're kind of looking around, studying this book and where they came from originally. You kind of stroking it or whatever, and eventually you just say Gaio, and he does appear. Yes, I am the great Gaio. I will begin tests at dawn to make sure you are capable of possessing all of the powerful instruments and everything else inside this grand palace. But for now, the beds are upstairs if you need to rest.
Just before we say goodnight, do you know a Azure dragon?
Yes, the Azure dragon is part of the chronology, as is the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and yourself, the new black tortoise.
White tiger. Azure dragon. What was the other one?
Vermilion bird. As with the 2 L's, and he's kind of then leaning over your shoulder, like V-I-O-R-M-I-L-L-I-O.
I asked, what's wrong with the Azure dragon? She seems very hostile.
She is skeptical. She does not want the research that the chronology has been studying for all this time to go into the wrong hands. But I will trust Brian this once and pray he is paid
made the right decision. If you do not want to partake in the burdens of the Black Tortoise, you may leave tonight. But if you choose to stay here, you will be tested when the sun rises.
Bedrooms are upstairs, you say?
Yes.
Good night.
Sweet dreams. He sucks back into the book.
Just gonna put a rock in the book.
Okay. You can pop the rock in the book.
Gonna put guy on one side.
He's gonna be so mad when he tries to get out tomorrow.
He's gonna wake up at like noon.
He's gonna come out now.
Past the
If he has
first
a very
test.
rudimentary understanding of how like this all works, he's like, if I put rock on book, maybe he can't come out.
Alright. You're left in the silence of the room.
I think it's time we get some sleep.
Okay, so you guys are all heading upstairs? Or is there anything else you want to do? No?
No, pretty good to just...
So, as you head up through this gap, eventually you come to like a set of spiral stairs, which you manage to, which you start to make your way up, and as you continue up this, on one side now you see a set of double doors, and the stairs also continue to go up.
And the stairs.
Yeah, so you pass a set of double doors as you start going up the stairs. Do you want to go through those, or do you want to continue up the stairs?
We have a look.
Just have a peek in.
Okay, so as you do kind of crack the door open, the watch again lights up, and the doors kind of click open as you lean into the doors to open them up and have a peek. So, as you do, you come through this doorway just down here. So this is the doorway you come in through, and you just see this massive device in the center of the room that is constantly spinning and rotating. And between each segment of this massive device, there is this kind of blue force of energy connecting all these floating pieces that are spinning, and kind of shimmering images kind of look through. You can kind of see within this force field of sorts. You see kind of stars sparkling and everything else, and this is the basically we see this just massive device that takes up the entire room.
Let's do a quick check to see if I know what it is.
Yeah, go for it. 14. With your kind of your magical effects would still be kind of going on at the moment. You would pick up that whatever magic is coming from this kind of this new type of magic that you're discovering that's also coming from your watch, just chronergy magic. This thing is just oozing with it. It's just like a really pungent version of your pocket watch. But what you can, that's about all you get with 14 actually. Yeah.
Does it seem more mechanical than magical?
Give me an investigation check. It's really hard to tell. Like, it seems kind of all magical at the moment. Like, it's kind of impossible to tell, really, to be honest. Your guess is as good as anyone's, really.
I would argue that Joe's guess would be better.
True, yeah.
Which?
Any idea what this thing is?
I make a roll or?
Yeah, go for it. Make me an Arcana check. Or an investigation check, actually. What did you get?
I got 17 for Arcana.
Okay, so
15 for investigation.
15 for investigation. Looking at it, taking it in, you've never seen the likes of something like this before. It is like this perfect balance between technology and Arcana. And magic, so it's just a beautiful symbiotic relationship between the two in constant flow and harmony. But you also get the sense that it's not working properly. You don't know what the heck it does or what the heck it's for, but you get the sense that something's off about it. It's not working. It's not fully functioning. It's just looking really cool at the moment.
I think Joe will confirm this is tomorrow's issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn around and head back up the stairs.
Okay. So I just got told Diego's volume's very low, so I'm just gonna quickly turn up the sounds. Okay, there we go. It's probably gonna blow my eardrums. Okay, so you kind of head back in, close the doors behind you, and you're back to the spiral staircase, and you continue on up, and eventually you come to another set of double doors here, and the stairs also continue up again. You're what, sorry? Okay, cool. So you continue up the stairs again, and eventually you come to another set of double doors, and the stairs continue continue up another little bit, where you can see another set of double doors. Mm-hmm. Okay, so going past the first set that you passed and coming up to the next one, you kind of peek inside, and where are you? Let's move the party over here. So you kind of come out, look at here, and you can now see there are these big iron rounded doors that have closed off one kind of hemisphere part of this room, where this large telescope lies, and there's all these bits and bobs all around. It looks like it was currently being repaired. At the center of the room, you can see this constantly revolving series of different planets, or something like that. It seems to be some sort of device for measuring something. And then there's a large set of stairs which continue up higher onto another floor, which come to a control panel. Along here as well, there's a bunch of bookshelves filled with books, and then there's also sets of drawers also embedded in the bookshelves as well for tools and gizmos and everything else. There's a few kind of bits and bobs hanging out of them, like springs and wrenches and stuff like that.
It's not as easy as I think it's Is this the top one?
No, there was another floor just above this then. You guys. Some sort of... yeah. So yeah.
I'll do a check to see if I can.
Okay. Yeah. Go for it, yeah. 14. You're familiar with the concept of a multiverse and universe, and you've dabbled in like astrology, and this seems to be a recording of stars and moons with the elemental chaos in the center. There are also these spinning rings around what seems to be the elemental chaos, which you actually can't quite recognize. You don't know what they're symbolizing, but they're constantly moving and revolving. But then there's also all these drips and things coming out from this center object, which seems to be representing the chaos, which is Gostar. You don't know what everything else is, though. You recognize, though, the chaos, and you recognize Gostar coming out from the bottom.
I am very interested in this. I want to find a Brian to be friends with. But I'm also
I knew Brian.
Oh, the other one's burnt to a crisp now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wasn't the whole plan of we're putting Brian's body into or soul into the small Lilith body?
Oh yes.
Right, so, continuing up onto the next floor, you guys find yourselves. Then you find yourself coming down again slightly. Hold up, actually. No, you come in this way. Yeah, perfect. So as you come in through these doors, you find yourself in a very humble space. Compared to everything else that you've seen, this is very nice and quaint and relaxed and low-key. Just lit with... it's still lit with ever-burning torches in this whole place, but they are... they have these glass spheres over them. And they're a nice, simple, warm yellow glow.
Can I walk over to that chest?
Yeah, sure.
Sit on the chair.
Perfect. So you kind of head over, and you can find yourself when you sit down onto this lovely red leather chair, which seems to have some sort of scale-like pattern to it. You kind of sit down, and you can see that there is a diary here that's dated back about 60 years or so, and it seems to be Brian's last entry, where he's talking about attending a masquerade ball in Star Platinum, and he is being come to represent and to present his new research. This masquerade. The King of Gostar himself is hosting the ball. He is a bit wary. As you're kind of flicking through this, you can sense he's a bit wary, but he has no other real choice but to go and to try to prove his new developments and study to the scientists of Star Platinum. But the name now of the person, the King of Gostar, who's invited him is called Zersha. Z-E or S-H-A, whatever you spell that. And he's attending with his fellow members of the Chronergy, Sora, Saffron, Bawn, and himself.
Is Bawn B-A-A-N?
B-A for the N.
Like white.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's the tiger.
You get this reading this as well, kind of glimpsing over it. Sora's he refers to Sora's he refers to Bawn as being a woman that he seems to fancy somewhat.
I suppose once reading that, like understanding that Cedric's only kind of talking to himself, classic.
But he does talk briefly as well, flicking through here. He's concerned about his age, but he hasn't had any issues with it yet. It's something that he's kind of just taking note of again, like he's still looking fine and beautiful, and he's wondering how long it'll last.
I think old man Cedric is going to fall asleep on the chair.
Perfect. So there was one set of double doors as well that you haven't gone to.
Yeah, it's
but yeah. But yeah, looking around here, guys, as well, you can see there's one double bed here. There's a lovely woven red carpet in the bedroom and in the entrance hall here. There's another set of stairs in this room that continues up to another level. And then there seems to be a room that's just for food storage and clothes and things like that, just all thrown in there. He doesn't seem to have been the cleanest person, tidiest individual.
I'll stroll up the stairs.
Okay.
See what else is up there.
So as you head up and open the doors up, you find yourself on the I'll just say you'll find yourself at the very, very top of the tower, just looking out over everything. I haven't actually got the tower for this place yet, but you look up. It's you're just kind of it's this weird sensation when you stand out. You're just on this invisible tower, looking out over everything. The wind's blowing all around you at this incredible height. You look down, everyone looks tiny, and you can still hear the cheering from everyone down below.
Diego will just look around like he'll find a nice corner to rustle down.
All right, perfect. So you find yourself, you're kind of looking around a little bit. It's all shimmering and it's like reflecting the night sky, this building, but you do find yourself a nice spot where these lovely warm breezes blowing through, and you kind of you nuzzle down. Right, we go back then to everyone else here. What is everyone else doing?
I'm gonna get to the double bed.
Perfect. So you hop over and land in this bed. A big poof of dust flies up as you do land on this bed, but it has this lovely warm. It's got this homely smell to it almost. It feels nice and cozy, and it's like everywhere you've slept so far has been on the dirt or the mud or in bushes and foliage. You've slept on the sofa, which has been probably the nicest place you've slept in a very long time. But like sitting in this leather bed filled with all these furs and everything else, you feel really cozy, and you just doze straight off. You just go out like a light. Birds. Birds just kind of stumbles around like, this is a nice place. I think I will just... and he starts dragging this carpet and just kind of shoves it into the corner and just sleeps on the carpet in the corner. I will just make myself cozy here for now. Good night, Joe. And the whole room is now filled with like an orchestra of snores from everyone. Are you doing anything yourself, Craig?
No, I'll just go to bed. Yeah, I just kind of spaced out there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No worries. So you guys rest up. You spend the night here, and we'll take a break here, or we can stop here. It's up to you guys. What you'd like to do. Do you want to just call it here for the night, or do you want to just take a break and come back to it? Totally up to yourselves.
I'm good for another bit. I want to see what this Sphinx does.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. So I'm gonna go pee because I'm busting for the loo, and cool. We'll come back. Perfect. All right.
look at Ghostly and say, frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, like, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at him. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man and go like, oh, it's okay, she wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth. And just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate. Like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because the Xintas and bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at him and was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man? A girl oh, it's okay, she wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth. And just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate. I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because now Cinta's in bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now. Notice that Bubbles does a thing where the sides of Bubbles' mouth kind of stretch to the sides and curl downwards and you can sense what Bubbles is thinking, really, you think I'm good at this kind of stuff?
I was just gonna look at him. I was like, no, but I don't think I'm any better. You really want me to go up to that man? A girl like, oh, it's okay. She wasn't much of a loss. See, I can't.
Bubbles kind of points inside their mouth, and just you know what Bubbles is saying the whole time, and Bubbles is just trying to communicate. Like, I can't even talk.
I think that's the benefit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Ghostly, I think this might be for you.
What's that then?
Like, go give Brian a hug.
Oh, Brian's upset because Nagasinta's in bits on the floor.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, "Frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?"
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Colonel Oscar right now.
Slightly less creepy tower. Another tower.
Alright. Yeah, a little less creepy. I mean, this is just a bit run down, I mean, more than anything, but...
It's just going to be dangerous. We do trials.
Yeah.
We have to do a Sphinx trial. No,
And
that's
so, last before we had the break, you guys had Brian's funeral. You made your way into Brian's tower. You found it was guarded by a Sphinx. He said he's going to test you in the morning. If you want to face the trials and want to face the burdens of this tower and everything that it holds, you can spend the night here, or you could leave. You guys decided to sleep, and that night you begin to dream of everything you've been through so far, the trials that you faced with Brian, all of these tests, the ones to test strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and finally your selflessness, and see if you're pure of heart, if you're ready to take on Lilith and save everyone in the tower. And then you come to, some of you a bit more uncomfortable than the others, but going to Diego, you slept on the roof, and as you come to, you realize the fire has died down that night. You can see a bunch of people all passed out down below, and as you wake up though, you wake up with a bit of a chill. There was that warm breeze at night before you went to bed, but now the air is cold and the air is dry and you can see your breath. As you come to, there's a small layer of frost over your cape. And you look up, the sky is covered in clouds, and a few small flakes of snow begin to drift down onto your cloak. You reach out your hand and a snowflake just lands and melts on your pan. Sure what month or what time of year it is, but it feels unusual. There's something unsettling about the snow, and you start to look around, and little patches of snow and ice are starting to gather all around the field. People are asleep right now down below, but so they're not aware currently of this. But there's no sign of Zavion or no sign of Grill when you look around. And is there anything you'd like to do, or do you want to head back into the tower?
Do I see any frost tracks?
Give me a perception check.
What check, sorry?
Perception check. No, yeah, you wouldn't see anything anyway. You look all around the tower, look in every direction as far as you can see, but everything's incredibly calm and incredibly quiet.
Is it like morning, or is it like the middle of the night?
It's morning. It's early morning. You can see that it's very cloudy, but there is light starting to fill the place. This kind of dull grey blue light is starting to fill the forest and the hilltop. Daylight.
Diego would furrow his brow, like, this is a bad omen, and walk down into the stairs. Walk down into the rest into the room.
Perfect. So you come in and join the others who are starting to eventually come to. Burr is kind of just. You realize as you come down the stairs, Burr is already sitting upright. He's kind of wrapped in the blanket and he's shivering a little bit, but his eyes are open. He's like,
"Oh, good morning. I couldn't sleep. I thought that the floor might be a bit comfortable, but it's actually not as comfortable as the floors we have slept in. It's incredibly rigid and This carpet is absolutely vile. I think many things have been spilt on it. And you see Joe as well, kind of probably coming to. Cedric, I don't know if you guys, the rest of you are asleep, or not.
I'm probably still asleep.
You probably got a really bad hangover too. But eventually, after a while, you're coming around to all of you, or eventually you guys waking on your own accord, you meet back up all together in the center of the room, deciding what to do next. And as you are, the light around you begins to bend, and everything begins to move slowly. You look at your hands, you move them through the air. You try to move them at a faster speed, but they seem to move much slower than they should. And then this light begins to warp, and the Sphinx appears.
Hello! I am Gyro, and I have returned. I have been spying on your dreams as you slept, and I have learned that Brian has tested you already. You have faced many trials, and he has made sure that you are right to take his place in this tower. However, I must still test you, and test if you are ones who I would like to have in this tower. And that is my job. I test, and I will be spending a lot of time with you if you decide to have this tower. So there are a few things we must get sorted here first. You will each be tested with an individual riddle. And if you... Yes. You may not assist any of your friends. Anyone who assists their companions will be banished from this tower forever. So, we shall start with the one who is into the mythology. And he comes right down to you, Joe, and begins to hover right in front of your face. I have a riddle. Are you prepared to face my riddle?
Go on. I'm in a good mood.
Excellent. This is what I like to hear, baby. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Kind of cut out there for half of it.
I will repeat the riddle. Listen closely. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
10.
You see the Sphinx's eyes, which have been closed this entire time, open up, like, incredibly wide. And these you now see the universe swirling within them. My lord. How did you get that one so incredibly fast? You truly are a mathematician wizard.
I finished top of my class. I'd be a disappointment if I didn't get that.
Fair enough, you may stay in my tower. I like you. Do you want to be older or do you want to be younger?
Joe?
Yes. Older or younger?
Younger.
Beautiful. Can you give me a con save, please?
Baby Joe.
14.
14, oh, it's a fail. How old is Joe?
Joe, I don't actually know how long hobgoblins are meant to live.
I'll look it up now.
Okay. Do you want to use... You can feel your body being altered. Did you want to use your saving face or anything?
Maximum age for a hobgoblin is 60 plus 2d10.
Oh, okay. On a scale of 1 to fetus, how young am I going to be?
You don't know until it starts happening, but it is happening already. You start to feel a little younger.
I'll use one.
Joe is in this phase.
you know, I'll leave it happen.
Okay. And you watch. So you're how old? Did you say?
Go 42.
Okay. So you guys watch as the furrowed brow of Joe begins to smooth out. The kind of wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, the kind of crow hooks or whatever they're called, begin to smooth. His complexion begins to smoothen out. His body kind of gains a little bit of muscle, and you become 15 years younger. You are younger now. I am the god of time. Yes, baby.
Just casually.
Okay, you may stay, Joe.
Okay, my question now is, do I have my new toy? Yes.
Capture the god of time.
No, wait. Was it you haven't you've only kind of just gotten here and spent the night here, but you can spend once we finish this game, you can spend however long you want. You're spending downtime here, doing whatever you want, because it will take quite a while for you to prep that. I think maybe a couple of days or so.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay. You may stay in the tower. You may tinker away and continue to study mathology. Epic. The naive.
I wouldn't call that ignorant.
I have a riddle for you. Are you ready?
Yes.
There are 2 monkeys on a tree and one jumps off. Why does the other monkey jump too?
Because monkey see, monkey do.
Do you want to be younger or older?
Younger.
You are very wise. Can you give me a con save?
Yep. A 19.
19. You feel your body being kind of changed and warped, but then you just kind of shrug it off. My lord, you are more powerful than I imagined. You may stay. You remain unchanged. Very good. I like you. You are a good joke. He continues over.
And I'll just bow and walk away.
Yes, yes. You. The bird.
Morning.
I have a riddle for you. This is a good one. I hope you enjoy the alphabet.
The alphabet.
Are you ready for your riddle?
Perhaps. Yes, go on.
Do you, first of all, I must ask, this is not the riddle. Do you like cows?
I am indifferent on cows.
Okay, I will proceed to ask the riddle. How do you spell cow in 13 letters? How do you spell cow in 13 letters? Yes, that is what I have asked.
I do not know.
You see all the lights begin to dim. I will give you some time to think of the riddle.
This is perhaps one of the greatest mysteries of the universe.
I don't know this one.
Give me a...
Neither do I.
Oh, that's a tricky one.
give me a persuasion check for Diego.
Oh, that is good. That is good.
It's a 6.
He's like, oh, do praise me, but you must solve the riddle. I will leave you to think for just a moment. I will
this old man some riddles while you think. Diego, can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Constitution saving.
Yeah.
17.
17. You're fine for now. But you do feel your body kind of feel a little weird, like just a bunch of pins and needles all over it for a second. You, the old one of the group.
So you probably like stir awake at this point. Like, look up and go, oh.
Good morning, sunshine. You are not the sunshine, though. Ha ha. That is in the sky. Ah, yes. I have a riddle for you.
Fire away.
Okay. This is one that is for old people, so you will have an advantage, since you possess the watch.
Thank you.
Brian was out for a walk when it started to rain. He did not have an umbrella, and he wasn't wearing a hat. His clothes were soaked, yet not a single hair on his head got wet. How could this happen?
Brian's bald.
Ha 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 ha! Yes, he is very old. Ha ha! And he is a turtle. They do not have hair. Ha 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 ha! You may stay. Do you want to be younger or older?
I would like to stay the age I am, actually.
Give me a persuasion check. Okay. Very well, I will just flex my time powers in another way. And he pulls an apple out of his chest, and he then watches the apple just progressively becomes wrinklier and older, and then eventually gets covered in mold and just fizzles away into spores. I am all powerful. Ha ha ha.
You are truly magnificent creature.
Yes, I am the most magnificent. Ha ha ha! You are so old, but you have sort of hair. Are we resuming our riddle questions, Bird?
I'm gonna say to Marcus, without looking it up, I wouldn't get it. It's
I'm gonna figure it out. I just give me. Diego's like scratching cow into the floor over and over again. Give me 5 minutes. I will get there.
Okay, dokie. I will ask the tree some questions. You, tree. This is a funny one because you are a tree. If the blue house is made of blue bricks, and the red house is made of red bricks, what is the greenhouse made of? And Burr thinks for a very long time. He starts panicking. He's like, oh gosh, oh Lord, I don't know if I will get this one. I do not know, and I cannot ask my friends for assistance. Do you mind if I have some time to think? Very well. And Burr failed his saving throw. So you watch his Burr kind of, as he's thinking, like his eyes become narrower, and the wood on him becomes more cracked and wrinkled, and he starts to hunch over slightly. Oh, I feel very old. What are you doing to me, Oh, I figured the puzzle out. It is made of glass. Ha! Yes, it is. Very good. You are a plant, so it is funny. That is where plants live. Now, returning to the man who is indifferent about cows. What have you discovered?
I have discovered I am the stupid bird.
Yes, you are.
Hard.
Yeah,
You definitely got the hardest riddles.
you may grovel before me and Admit your stupidity.
I will not grovel. So Diego will just stand tall and say, do as you will. And then he's gonna like wince. very
Okay.
visibly.
Give me a performance check. 16. He's like, he kind of stands up and also puffs out his chest. I appreciate people who are not weak. Do you want to be older or younger?
I will be older, but I will come to you with the answer one day.
I believe it. Until then, enjoy the pondering. And he explodes into like a burst of purple light. Can you make me a con save, please?
4.
4. Okay. Did you say older?
Yeah, and I don't have a lot of age to play with here.
How old are you?
I'm 10, but Aarakocra can live 30.
Okay, you're 24 now.
Okay.
The feathers on your body start to gray slightly all over, and you kind of your body feels a little stiffer, but also a little more rugged and kind of weirdly sturdy. Yeah. You get the shot through your chest as your breathing gets a little heavy, but you eventually it regulates again. Nothing seems to have changed too much except for your outward appearance. You're no longer that jet black you were. You seem to be graying in certain areas on your feathers.
I do not like this game.
He fades off. You all may stay. And there you are. You're left in the tower.
I'm gonna go back to drawing cow.
The world is yours.
Cedric is going to drink.
Okay.
He goes crazy.
Oh my god, okay. So, can you give me a con save, please?
12.
12 is fine. Morning drink. You managed to, you don't get any drunker, but you do have it shot, and it managed to calm your nerves. As for that moment, you have the images again flashing before you of these children's faces oozing with this black goop. But you come to again. As soon as you drink it, the image that was forming in your mind of this swollen baby's torso disappears.
I believe we have one more floor to investigate. Fellas, start walking.
Alright. You guys all heading down?
Diego, feel free to continue to scroll.
I'm not gonna look up. He's just gonna like wave him off soon.
Alright. So you're leaving Diego behind. The rest of you continue on to that one room that you haven't gone in. And as you go, I gotta get rid of this room first. Doo-ba-doo. So, eventually, you guys find yourselves coming up the stairs into this new room, which is filled with this large fountain, which seems to be kind of filled with this hot water that seems to fill the whole room with steam, and the whole room feels warm and humid. There's a couple of plants in this room and several doors leading to several different areas. And there's a series of rooms as well to the directly ahead of you that are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And everything else is labeled. There's the kitchen, there's the dining room, there is the study, and there is the pantry.
Cedric is good to go to the pantry and pull out some ingredients for omelets.
Alright, nice. Give me a... Oh, so eggs. Okay.
You'll get like spices and cheeses.
Okay, give me an investigation check as you're here.
A natural 20 plus 2 is 20.
Fuck, nice. So as you are looking around here, you find this box made of this like blue steel, and you open it up, and as soon as you click the buttons on it, it just makes this sound, and all this white mist begins to flow out from the box, and inside you see a dozen eggs laid in here. Each egg is a different color, though, a different pastel color, ranging from yellow all the way through the rainbow up to like a deep purple. You also find a plethora of different cheeses all here, aging wonderfully. And some of them are still wrapped and contained in these wax sealing thingies. And you find a whole variety of spices. You also find a bunch of magical spices as you're looking through, and you get a taste, and it's like nothing you've ever tasted before. You now have 8 uses of magical spices, which can make anything taste good. As I think it's actually a magical item that you can actually put into D&D Beyond. Just double check.
Is it cute handy spice pouch?
That's the one.
That goes with 10 charges. So I'll just
10 charges, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there will be 8 in this one, just because it's been used.
Dawn, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 omelets. And then I'll make one for Gaia. So 7 omelets.
Okay, so as you kind of fry up these things, give me a sleight of hand check, but use your wisdom modifier.
9.
No, together. Cool. You can give a roll with advantage as well, because you are using the spices.
9.
9. Perfect. So you prepare a bunch of these omelets. Burr's already kind of eagerly waiting because he's been smelling it the whole time. Like, oh, I cannot wait. It smells incredible. Joe and Ebic, are you doing anything currently while Cedric is cooking up a store? Okay, no, it's fine. So eventually you cook up a bunch of this stuff, and I'll say, just for the sake of it, Diego, you catch a whiff of this. You come down just to take a smell. And eventually, you serve up a bunch of these eggs for everyone. Everyone starts digging in, and all of a sudden, Kairov appears, and he's like, "Ah, I have smelled the cooking. I will decide if this cooking is of... If you can stay, depending on your cooking, I will test this cooking."
When he appears, can I point to him and be like, Gyro?
Yes.
Spelled THIRTENCOWLETTERS.
What?
That's cow 13 letters.
Wait. Say it one more time. I was eating an omelette.
I spelled cow in 13 letters. So I spelled 13, then cow, then letters. That's probably not it. I think I'm barely literate. This is kind of a stretch.
Is that 13 letters?
No, I spelled it inside 13 letters.
Oh.
Oh, that is very funny. Sure, that can pass. He pats you on the head.
Don't give me pity. No, don't tell me. I don't care.
These omelets are the best creation in existence. He rolled a natural 1 on the omelet check.
I was offering for your sake because I wouldn't have gotten it. Carl said
I
he
know.
wouldn't have gotten it.
I
but
want
then
it. I
more
want to get
aggressive
it.
because
I'll
It's
get
just
it.
gonna be the epic quest.
you're gonna wake up in the middle of the night and just go, oh, I have it.
In 3 weeks, he's just going to be in the middle of a session and go, wait.
Just before I kill like an enemy, I'll just pause like, huh.
That it? That's it? Oh fuck. I will tell you something. If you can solve my riddle, I will give you a magical thing.
Wait, me?
More omelets! Yes, you young chicken.
One more slice, and I'll make you one more.
Alright. Let's run it together. Give me another check anyway. Oh, so as you bring it back and hand in this perfect omelet that's like incredibly fluffy and everything else, you've like whisked the egg whites and then added the egg yolk into it to make this incredibly soft, fluffy thing. And he just starts digging in and he doesn't eat things. He kind of just sucks it and it disappears inside his body. And he's like, you watch his eyes open up again and you see the universe inside his eyes, and he says, "Oh, oh, yes. This is good. This is very good. I will unlock it. Thank you. If you can provide me with one of these omelets once a month, I will grant you the abilities within that watch." He kind of puts his finger on the watch and it starts to whiz, and then this engraving at the back of the watch forms, and you now see this carving of a black tortoise appear at the back of it. I have unlocked one stage of your watch. You now have the ability to shift time ever so slightly. At the moment you have the redos. However, these only affect you. But I have now given you the ability to make someone else try again, either for better or for worse. Double click the top of the watch to use the ability. And he poofs off.
How many charges? No.
So you have one charge of this a day, and then you have 3 charges for redos. We have 3 charges altogether.
Okay, so I have 3 charges, and I can
So
redo myself 3 times, or someone else once.
Yeah, so it costs a charge for whatever you want to do. So, oh wait, no, fuck it. No, you have 3 charges for redos for yourself, and you have 1 charge for redoing on anyone else. So basically, you can get someone else to roll again. Roll a d20 again. Or you can use the watch to re-roll a dice that you've made. Basically, like you've had the lucky feat, but only for your rolls.
Diego, I didn't see you join us. I'm afraid I've used all my spices. I can make you a regular omelet.
Oh, I thought you made him one.
Diego didn't even notice. He's like, yes. Although it seems a little weird for me to eat egg. So
I apologize. Maybe some muesli.
Yeah, some toasters. Yeah, that'd be.
I'll go look for some grains and seeds.
Perfect. Yeah, it's easily found. You find some lovely, lovely kind of trail mix in there, and there's no fresh milk or anything, but you can find some other stuff.
Don't bring me milk.
Cows. We have a bowl of bird food basically, and you guys fill up for that morning, and the day is yours. It's up to yourselves what you'd like to do, if anything. If you want to study, if you want to spend any time here in the tower researching, or spending any downtime doing anything, it's up to yourselves.
I should have fucking sorry about that.
The wizard's hat imagines a staff, a broken sword, 3 eggs, a regular sword, and gemstones, but another staff.
Yep. I can bring you down there if you want.
So I'll spend the day identifying.
Aren't we
Okay.
meeting with Zevian today?
Oh yeah, true. He said he was going to call around in the morning. Yeah. So we'll say as you guys, it's early enough anyway, and you guys come down here. You're going to spend the rest of the time doing this. So we'll say for the next while you're doing that. Is anyone else doing anything else in the tower currently?
Yeah, I've been practicing maneuvers.
All right. Cool. So you and Burr can be.
Kick that
Can I go up to Burn a bit and be like, my bones are hollow. I need to be strong like you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
More than merrier.
All right, give me both. All three of you, or the pair of you, can you both roll me just a straight d20?
Straight D20.
Yeah.
14.
I got a 13.
13, 14. Okay, perfect. So you train for about a few hours, and it's you've never probably you've sparred with Burr, but Diego, you never fought the two of them really like this, and it's super intense. None of them let up, and it's incredibly competitive. Like it's like they're going in for kills every single time, and you're there with just your hands and your glaive, just managing to defend yourself, push yourself back, but you managed to push yourself over the edge that little bit. Bit by bit, you start to find your pacing, find their patterns, and figure out exactly how they fight. And you all of a sudden it becomes this dance where you understand each other's movements, you understand attack patterns and everything else. And I will say, after this training, if ever you guys roll the same initiative, or one higher or one lower, you can synchronize your attacks, essentially.
But 3 of them, that's not
So you can make synchronized attacks now. Joe, I assume you're getting started on your new toy. All right, perfect. So we'll say you're at that for like an hour, just kind of getting everything together, going through the space that you have. There's a bunch of tools and gizmos and everything up in the observatory tower, and there's plenty of arcane material down here in this floor. So we can say you can manage to put together a nice workshop for yourself within an hour, just so you can actually finally get stuck into this. As for yourself, Cedric, looking through everything here.
well, again, I don't know the name of the guy who plays Oscar, or the girl who plays Oscar.
Oh, yeah?
They're after putting 4 different templates for Yeeters logos into
No freaking way! What the fuck?
Oh, they're good.
Holy fuck. Wait, let me see.
They're looking for input on which one.
I was gonna do. Oh, I love the orange one. The orange one is so cool.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, the orange one looks really cool.
Alright.
I don't think they're all class.
I love the little sheep become. Shit, that's so cool. Oh man, that's amazing. Oh, we're gonna have a little logo in top corner now. It's so cool. They've so also just to say as well, yeah, the Sharis, who's playing Rail, has set up a Twitter for Into the Multiverse. Maggie, who's playing Oscar, has set up an Instagram, and I think Marissa, who's playing Wisteria, has set up a Facebook. So it was like crazy. Everything's kind of kickstarting into all these different things. And what we're gonna do as well is on the Twitter and everything, we're gonna set up little introductions for all your characters. So we're gonna file them all up as individual tweets, and we're gonna have an image for each one of your characters and give a little short introduction about them all. And so if you guys can write up one, that'd be amazing. I know Moss has sent me on one already, and and Patema sent one as well, and a few of the girls have sent theirs. And they're really, really cool. It's really cool to hear the characters and about them, and yeah, that was exciting. But going back to the game, do you want me to send these to you personally, or do you want me to are you happy with me just?
You can just send them on to me. I suppose it's easier than you writing.
Okay, cool.
Depends on if you want to just call around that.
I can give you a rough idea of them now, or if you want to keep them private, that's the thing too. If you wanted that.
Maybe just give me like a.
Okay. So the first sword is it's in giant. It has a name. This thing. And it is called Rodstig, which translates to red light, and it is a fire sword. So when you call Rodstig's name, it'll burst into flames. So it's a bonus action to command it to erupt into flames. And then what else we got here? I'm just looking at them all. So the gemstones are just worth they're worth a lot of money. Each one I have the values of here. But going down through them as well, the silver rod that is there is an immovable rod. So if you click the top of it, it stays in place. All right, cool. The staff itself is a. Where's it here? Yeah, this. Let me just double check this. It's an old staff of resurrection, and it has 1 charge. Oh wait, no, it has 5 charges. No, it has all charges. Sorry. Yeah, so you have a staff of resurrection.
How much are the gemstones worth?
The gemstones, they're worth. I have them here. There's a ruby. There's an amber. I have them here. 2 seconds. I just marked them in the book. I'm just trying to find the marker. Sorry. So there's a black sapphire, worth 5,000 gold pieces. There is a star sapphire worth 1,000 gold pieces, and there's a star ruby which is also worth 1,000 gold pieces, and then there is topaz as well. This yellow golden topaz which is worth 500 gold pieces. And there's a piece of amber, like a large piece of amber, worth 100 gold pieces. And that is it.
How much is the amber? Sorry.
The amber is worth 100. So altogether they're worth 7,600 gold pieces.
Perfect.
And the eggs, they're not magical items. They seem to be living. There is some sort of dormant creature inside them. The Thunderbolt like sword was magical, and is part of a set. There's a hilt that's missing, and you can only know what that actual magical property is until you have both pieces. No problem. Oh, also the hat.
Oh yes, the wizard's hat.
Yeah, the wizard hat acts as
Right here. Blah, 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 blah. Just gonna get the stats just in case. Here it is. It's a helmet of telepathy.
That's the last stuff.
Yeah. Does a lot of damage. And so, as you guys are kind of going through all this, you finally get your workshop set up. You start setting up start working on your pieces, Joe. The three of you guys are training, and you finally come to get through every one of these magical items, looking through them all. And eventually you hear a calling outside the door, like a, "Hello! Can I enter the invisible magical building, please?"
It's a door salesman.
I don't know where it is. I know it's somewhere, and I don't think it's visible for me or at all, like physical.
I'll go.
Alright, that's good. So you head over and you're greeted then. You see Xavion, who seemed to be like in the center of where the building is, gets fired off like 20 feet through the air, kind of tumbles across the ground. He's like, "What the fuck was that? Alright? Hello, how's it going, Diego?" Oh, well, that was weird. Not often I'm surprised by something like that.
Casa del Diego.
Absolute pleasure. Oh wow. Am I allowed in? Is that a thing? Oh wait, where is he? Where is his thing?
Actually, a good question. Are other wizards allowed into other wizards?
I think.
Nah. Me on the place. Come in.
Oh right. He kind of steps through, kind of cautiously, but eventually he managed to step through, no problem. As soon as you invite him in, he's allowed in.
Okay. I will loudly announce, "Gaia, we like Xavion. He's allowed in."
Okay. Hello, Xavion. Goodbye.
Don't mind our house.
It explodes into time. Hey, okay.
Don't ask him about riddles.
Oh.
And
right.
don't mention his litter box.
I suppose I don't know.
Hobble away.
You're right. You look a little
Don't ask.
great. Okay. And he kind of hobble off. And you see Xavion. He's got his hands in his pockets now. He's wearing just a simple pair of black pants and a shirt, and he's got a long dark blue jacket on with kind of like a fur interior and a hood. So it's a bit bitter out in the middle of this summer. This is quite the place. I've never been here before. I mean, I've heard of Brian and all his shenanigans, but I didn't expect something so grand. Hello, Cedric. How are you doing? How's the items over here? What you got? Anything juicy?
Some things that we could get some use out of. The eggs are still escaped my knowledge, but I'm sure we'll understand them.
He kind of gives him a glance as he's there kind of playing with the ever-burning torch, like moving his fingers through it and everything. That's, I haven't a fucking clue what those are. Anyway, how's everyone doing in here? Apologies for not being able to come here last night. I had to, I was seeing about someone. But I'm glad to see you're all settled in, a bit busy. Obviously, a lot of work to be done here. I'm sure. I thought my place was a bit of a state. He's kind of like lifts his foot, and it's like his foot is stuck to a bunch of this goo or something that's on the floor. Right.
Yeah, it's in need of a bit of spring cleaning.
Well, I'm heading off shortly to back to Lilith's tower in a couple of days or so. I mean, I'm going to head off now, but I can come back for you if you want. Grail's got a portal that can bring you back to my tower, which you can use, no problem. I've set it so that you five can come and go as you please. It's just in Grail's attic. There's just a few preparations I have to do over in the tower to make sure all is well and good, and I'll be there just bringing people back to consciousness if ever you need me, and if ever you want to give a hand. I think Grail's also going to help me lead some of these people out, but yeah, work away here, settle in, and whenever you're ready you can shoot on over.
Thank you. We would be more than happy.
It's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you all, and you've done so much already. I wouldn't expect any more from you. This is Watcher stuff now, and I'd be honoured to have you lot come along, obviously. But if not,
I seem to have gotten a bit of a promotion myself.
hey, how do you know? What's that?
Something called a black tortoise.
Give me an insight check. Okay. You kind of see his eyes kind of widen. He's like, "Really? Wow, black tortoise. I don't know. I don't think I know much about it. Is that like a druid guild or something?"
I wish I could tell you.
Alright, well, sounds like it's got a great title anyway. Let's just start. At least you're in a bunch of creatives and people who I don't really know what to say, but let me know how it goes anyway. So you cut out there.
I said you'll be the first to know.
Cheers. Anyway, I just want to call over and let you know that I'm heading off, and thank you all so much for everything that you've done, and I don't know how really to thank you. All the people here, I've let them all know exactly who you are, what you've done, and they're all happy to accommodate for you and look after you and everything else. So again, thank you. I'm not the best for sticking around and saying goodbyes, but I'm sure it's not goodbye. I'll see you later, I'm sure. But yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. And he seems a bit awkward, kind of has his hands in his pockets looking down at the ground and looking at his shoe and that sticky stuff that's on it. He's kind of trying to wipe out the carpet. Well, I suppose I'll leave you to it. Alright.
Will you go help him? No.
It's up to yourselves. Settle in.
Do you want to
relax. There's no rush. There's several thousand people to be brought out. It's a lot of work. I'm going to be at this for a couple of weeks at least. Yeah, whenever you want to pop by, it's no problem. It's going to take him a few days anyway to start coming to and waking up and all that.
Can I do a general insight check on Zavian? See, because it seems a bit off.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, he's perfectly fine. Never mind me.
There's something off about him, but it's hard to pin. He kind of jumps from one thing to the next, and kind of goes in these very dramatic waves of emotion up and down and things like that. And it's hard to pinpoint anything. And with that, he's like, right, well, see you all later then. And with that, he disappears into a puff of blue flame.
We have a door.
And eventually he poofs back and he's like, alright, that's nice. I'm usually in places where you can't teleport in and out, and it's just nice to check, you know what I'm saying. Alright, catch you all later. And he goes through the front door and then he goes again. Alright. So yeah, it's up to you guys what you want to do now. I guess we'll come back to it next week, and you guys can have a think about what you want to do, what you want to spend your downtime doing. Maybe at the start of the next game, we can go through kind of quickly anything that you do want to do, or spend your money on, or go anywhere in particular, and you can have a think about where you want to go next in the game, because there's the whole thing with being in that dreamlike world. You've been in this world now to get to know your characters and get to know maybe what they want or what they don't want, and get to know each other, and now you have the entire world to explore. So it's up to yourselves where you want to go and what you want to do. I have a lot of events going on in the world currently and everything else, but it just depends where you go. So don't feel like you have to go anywhere in particular. Don't feel stuck to go or be anywhere. I know it's very open, and I didn't want to do that right at the start, so that's why I had the whole technically tutorial world for you kind of to get your bearings and get to understand the world a bit better. But hopefully now you have a good sense of maybe what you want to do, where you want to go, and this is where I think all the games are going to really start diverging into very different pathways. So I'm really interested to see where you guys want to go and what you want to do.
Making your life a lot harder.
It's perfect. It's what I do, babe. It's what I like to do. So yeah, have a think and message me anytime during the week if there's any ideas that you have or any backstory you want to write up or anything like that. But yeah, you guys are steering the ship now. So, but if you think that's too much as well, I have other hooks going on because it is overwhelming too. But there are a few hooks, but I haven't done that yet because I also want to give you guys time to just breathe and relax and have some. But yeah, I didn't want to throw you guys into another kind of intense situation because I think you guys need to chill as well. You guys have been through some hardcore stuff so far. And you have money to spend and everything else. So I'm gonna leave you guys decide what you want to do and how you want to play this story now.
Before we end the session, can I go up to Gaio's book and slam on it? Gaio! I have an answer for you. Another one.
So Gaio appears then behind you. I am Gaio, Lord of Time. Have you solved my impressive riddle?
Diego's gonna swing around very dramatically and very confidently and point to Gaio and be like, do you spell it differently, or do you spell it the same in each letter?
What? I do not understand this question.
Okay, go back in your book.
What? Go!
Spell it the same in every letter. I was going to write 13 letters and just spell cow in it the same way. As in a letter you would put.
Tell me how you spell it.
C-O-W in the same way in every letter.
You have solved the mystery. It just explodes into purple stars, and you get sent back and slam over the book and tumble over the table, and eventually your heart's just kind of panting, and you watch as some of your feathers go a little darker, and you become 7 years younger.
We're gonna need a squirt bottle for him,
And
he's gonna spend the whole week just racking his brain on this one.
you solved it though, didn't you?
Was that the real answer?
C-O-W.
C-O-W. Was that the real answer? No.
Marcus spells the word cow in multiple different letters.
Yes, in the letter.
So he posts 13 letters with cow.
Oh fuck. Okay. Back to the drawing board.
As you're looking around, you're a little younger, and he's like, "You are so close." Looking around in the room and the mess that it's in, you realize this is probably how it got the way it is. It's just him exploding himself constantly.
Okay. I've got 2 A4 pages covered in cow.
Oh my god. Yes, no, that is. You were close, but no cigar, as they say. And I leave you and the audience with one more riddle.
I'm just gonna get a squirt bottle and like every time he just explodes, I'm just gonna squirt him with water.
If two snakes were to marry, what will their towels say? Ha ha ha!
Intertwined.
Yes.
Yes, it is hilarious. And just fireworks start going off and exploding in the room. The tables flip over. Ah ha ha! Time magic.
If I look under Guile's book, is there another book that's like, 50 worst jokes?
Give me an investigation check.
Ebba's just gonna carry like a squirt gun in his sheep backpack.
No, down! No! Riddles, no!
Bad time god, bad! Donut
Bad
god.
time, Sphinx.
Bad cat. We do that outside.
Looking around, you do see a lot of books on puzzles. On one is just on the human psychology, one is on elven psychology. It's like a lot of books on just trying to understand people and what they find. A lot of them is like what they find funny as well. Like there's a book that is just called Humor. Yeah, this thing is just fascinated by people. All right, beautiful. I guess we'll end the stream there. Thank you all for watching, and beautiful. I don't really know how to end this. Yeet out. There was what? Oh, true. Yeah. There was no yeeting this time. Just a big explosion of Brian's body, and we'll have more eating soon. If that's what you want to do, just go around eating people and being murder hobos. We can do that too.
There's a village next by that they can't exactly defend against us.
There's a what?
Defend the village.
It's up to yourself. You guys can stay there if you want. Like, you can go anywhere.
We could eat the heads of all the village.
Oh my god. And then have an angry Zavion on your back.
Like, what the fuck, man?
I think I've put in, I don't know if I have put in or not, a Google Doc which has all the maps like in high resolution. So there's like a lot of place names and stuff like that, if there's anywhere that catches your interest too, so you can have a look at all the maps and see if there's anywhere you want to go, or... But yeah.
Oscar will look at Ghostly and say, frog, horse, frog. Do you wanna frog, horse? Do you wanna go on top of the frog, horse?
Yeah, are you all right, mate?
Frog! On top, frog!
Do you hit your head?
Oh my god.
I will go next to Madame Sprout and just put my hands on top of the frog. Safe, very safe.
Eternal Oscar right now.